dozens of countries, hundreds of cities, millions of people. One man, now in the palm of your hand, on any device. For over 60 years, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has dedicated his life to spreading the message of freedom, justice, and equality to people all over the world. Log in to NFA Studios and get unlimited access to a vast library of his life's work, plus never released lectures, interviews, and exclusive content. With new releases every week, NFA Studios is your one-stop destination for spiritual and mental upliftment. And now, introducing NFA Original Content, featuring shows such as Dinner with the Minister, How to Eat to Live Cooking Show, 40 Miles, the series.
In this series, we're going to look at the history of the Nation of Islam,
Food Nation, and much more. The wait is over. Welcome to the Evolution. Welcome to NFA Studios.
The importance of oral history in the history of any society, the history of any movement, nation, civilization, is that you talk to the people who walk through this part of history. It gives the people a sense of the history. And the sense of history is to look at that history. Its meaning to you as an individual, but how does that history impact on what you're doing right now?
In this series, we're going to look at the history of the Nation of Islam, this growing nation that has defied all odds, producing world leaders and icons.
This history that's facts.
I saw something that I had never seen before.
Most of what I'm saying now, not too many people have heard it unless I told it to them personally.
No one really knows our roots like we do.
40 Miles represents the mission. It represents the love one must have to embark on this mission. It represents courage, faith, belief, and the willingness to struggle against opposition to walk the uphill road.
This problem is to be solved by God, and the solution of the problem has been given to me.
What is the truth about the Nation of Islam in North America? We'll unveil it all here. Welcome to 40 Miles.
Welcome to Food Nation. We're going to be traveling cities across the country, tasting the best of foods nationwide. The food is here! She put flowers in the chicken, son. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's get out of here, man.
Greetings. My name is Sister Hania, and welcome to How to Eat to Live. On this show, we will be gaining the fundamental knowledge of cooking with the Muslims, as taught to us by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Log on right now, www.finalcall.com. Get that book. We are going to incorporate the navy bean. We're going to do a navy bean smoothie, which is a protein smoothie made from fruit and also navy beans. We're going to do a navy bean hummus, kind of a snack, little appetizer dessert. And then we're going to do some navy bean soup, which is the staple in every Muslim household.
When we think of marriage, everyone has their own idea of what the ideal marriage looks like. A man and a woman and their children. You see the woman and she's so in love, and the man can't take his eyes off of her. So we know what it's supposed to look like on the outside, but there's a lot that goes into having the ideal relationship. Are we strong enough to go through the struggles to find love on the other side? Why even go into something knowing that you'll face difficulties? Since the beginning, there's always been a man and a woman. So I guess you can say that since it's always been here, that love is as natural as breathing. So it's a struggle, but it's an uphill struggle. The ability to love through the darkness, love in black.
Well, getting married, according to what we have learned from the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, as well as the scriptures of Bible and Holy Quran, marriage, Prophet Muhammad said, is one half of faith. So if faith is the spiritual journey that one goes from being what is called worthless water or sperm into a process of evolving to becoming a reflection of God. If marriage is half of faith, then marriage is half of that journey to become one with God, bearing witness to the Bible and that statement of Prophet Muhammad. The male and the female were created two twin halves of a single essence. Well, if man and woman was created in pairs, what would you call a person that only had one eye or one leg? They are called handicapped. So when a man is without a woman, he's handicapped. And when a woman is without a good man, she's handicapped. So getting married makes you a complete you.
Okay, so
how we met?
We met in middle school.
First time that I seen Aisha was at Savior's Day.
We met at the gym.
We first met when I was 15 years old and she was 13 years old.
Do you want to tell the how we met story? Because we both tell it differently.
I'll start.
Through NFA, our own platform, the people will be able to meet the minister, see the minister, experience the minister. The teaching is there and it will resist now because it's the truth. It can't be bent. This is the platform. So may Allah bless NFA. May Allah bless all those who would work on behalf of the vision and let the vision continue to expand.
Never fall again. Never fall again.
America was not built on a firm foundation. The nation called America was doomed from its inception. How do you build a nation? Killing the native people. How do you build a nation? Bringing a whole people out of Africa to America to be made slaves. This is your foundation. The world is looking at a country going to hell. You are opting to be a part of that is unraveling right in front of your eyes. You see the country cascading downward.
This is America.
Why do you want to get into something that is coming to an end? So we are living in the time of the unraveling of this great nation.
Welcome to the Foodie Spot. My name is Sister Carmela Muhammad, and we are a proud sponsor of Doing the Math with Dr. Wesley. I come to you in preparation for possible hard times. We've been told to store food in our home by the Honorable Mrs. Farrakhan, so you can also come to the Foodie Spot and get your navy bean soup, vegetable medley soup, and lentil bean soup, pressure cooked canned. In addition to that, I have dried navy beans. We also have frozen dinners prepared that you can actually store it in your freezer for those times. Pull them out, warm them up, cook them. We also have our natural antibiotic, which consists of fresh ginger root, turmeric root, garlic, and horse relish. We are also shipping our natural antibiotics in addition to our navy beans, red lentil, vegetable medley, and bean pies. For shipping, call 773-420-3948. Again, for shipping, call 773-420-3948. Thank you and enjoy the show.
Dozens of countries, hundreds of cities, millions of people. One man, now in the palm of your hand, on any device. For over 60 years, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has dedicated his life to spreading the message of freedom, justice, and equality to people all over the world. Log in to NFA Studios and get unlimited access to a vast library of his life's work, plus never released lectures, interviews, and exclusive content. With new releases every week, NFA Studios is your one-stop destination for spiritual and mental upliftment. And now, introducing NFA Original Content, featuring shows such as Dinner with the Minister, How to Eat to Live Cooking Show, 40 Miles, the series.
In this series, we're going to look at the history of the Nation of Islam.
Food Nation, and much more. The wait is over. Welcome to the Evolution. Welcome to NFA Studios.
The messenger of the Lord of the world, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, as I greet you.
He departed in 1975. His son assumed power, and within a few years, the nation as we once knew it was completely gone.
I watched it step by step, how Allah allowed things to unfold.
This episode, we're going to take a look at what it took for the minister to rebuild the nation.
When I left Mecca and decided to rebuild the work of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, then all of the forces that would come against me did.
We had great opposition, and the climate was so hateful.
Christian and Muslim and Jew, believer and non-believer, stay away from Madison Square Garden.
The people literally tore the doors off of Madison Square Gardens.
So now the nation's thriving, we're moving forward.
And followers came right up to walk with me.
They knew we were ready now, but the minister told us never be aggressive.
They were like angels that Allah put around me.
I remember it just being a lot of work, but it was a lot of fun.
It was off the chain.
And I look back at her, how did we do it?
He said, "You see, Aziz, the only thing that works is the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad."
Welcome to 40 Miles.
Welcome to Food Nation. We're going to be traveling cities across the country, tasting the best of foods nationwide. The food is here! She put flowers in the chicken, son.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's get out of here, man.
Greetings, I'm Sister Hania, and this is How to Eat to Live. I believe it's done.
Our whipped, mashed cauliflower. I'm telling you, this eggplant right here is a winner.
Eggs are what helps the breadcrumbs stick to the eggplant. We don't want to use aluminum. You can use cast iron or stainless steel, but never aluminum. Aluminum is a reactive metal. You scratch the bottom of the pan, then that aluminum comes up and gets in your food, and that's poison. An eggplant, like I said, it's very high in fiber. It has magnesium, niacin. It was one of the good vegetables for us to eat.
What is marriage? When we think of marriage, everyone has their own idea of what the ideal marriage looks like. A man and a woman and their children. You see the woman and she's so in love, and the man can't take his eyes off her. So we know what it's supposed to look like on the outside, but there's a lot that goes into having the ideal relationship. Are we strong enough to go through the struggles to find love on the other side? Why even go into something knowing that you'll face difficulties? Since the beginning, there's always been a man and a woman. So I guess you can say that since it's always been here, that love is as natural as breathing. So it's a struggle, but it's an uphill struggle. The ability to love through the darkness. Love in black.
Getting married, according to what we have learned from the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, as well as the scriptures of Bible and Holy Quran, marriage, Prophet Muhammad said, is one half of faith. So if faith is the spiritual journey that one goes from being what is called worthless water or sperm into a process of evolving to becoming a reflection of God. If marriage is half of faith, then marriage is half of that journey to become one with God, bearing witness to the Bible and that statement of Prophet Muhammad. The male and the female were created two twin halves of a single essence. Well, if man and woman was created in pairs, what would you call a person that only had one eye or one leg? They are called handicapped. So when a man is without a woman, he's handicapped. And when a woman is without a good man, she's handicapped. So getting married makes you a complete you.
Okay, so where were we?
How we met?
We met in middle school.
First time that I seen Aisha was at Savior's Day.
We met at the gym.
We first met when I was 15 years old and she was 13 years old.
Do you want to tell the how we met story? Because we both tell it differently.
I'll start.
through NFA, our own platform, the people will be able to meet the minister, see the minister, experience the minister. The teaching is there, and it will resist now because it's the truth. It can't be bent. This is the platform. So may Allah bless NFA. May Allah bless all those who would work on behalf of the vision, and let the vision continue to expand.
Never fall again. Never fall again.
America was not built on a firm foundation. The nation called America was doomed from its inception. How do you build a nation? Killing the native people. How do you build a nation? Bringing a whole people out of Africa to America to be made slaves. This is your foundation. The world is looking at a country going to hell. You are opting to be a part of that is unraveling right in front of your eyes. You see the country cascading downward.
This is America.
Why do you want to get into something that is coming to an end? So we are living in the time of the unraveling of this great nation.
Welcome to the Foodie Spot. My name is Sister Carmela Muhammad, and we are a proud sponsor of Doing the Math with Dr. Wesley. I come to you in preparation for possible hard times. We've been told to store food in our home by the Honorable Mrs. Farrakhan, so you can also come to the Foodie Spot and get your navy bean soup, vegetable medley soup, and lentil bean soup, pressure cooked canned. In addition to that, I have dried navy beans. We also have frozen dinners prepared that you can actually store it in your freezer for those times. Pull them out, warm them up, cook them. We also have our natural antibiotic, which consists of fresh ginger root, turmeric root, garlic, and horse relish. We are also shipping our natural antibiotics in addition to our navy beans, red lentil, vegetable medley, and bean pies. For shipping, call 773-420-3948. Again, for shipping, call 773-420-3948. Thank you and enjoy the show. Thank you and enjoy the show.
Good afternoon, powerful creators. Welcome to this week's episode of Doing the Math with Dr. Wesley Muhammad. I'm your host, Janita Harris, and today we are in for a bit of some controversy and getting to the truth of that. So let's bring on Dr. Wesley and we'll go over a little bit more of what today's show is about. Also, too, friendly reminder for all of our awesome Patreons, there's going to be a Q&A at the end of today's episode. And because we appreciate your support, we're going to bring you on to ask Dr. Wesley directly what you want to know. So just remember, you're going to want to log back on to your Patreon site and then get the link to join us live. Dr. Wesley, how have you been?
I've been excellent. How about yourself?
Yeah, I've been okay. It's staying inside all the time is difficult. It's different.
Got the quarantine blues.
Yeah. But
Well,
and then go ahead.
I've been great because I've been greatly anticipating this conversation today, because for me, this particular conversation is 30 years in the making for me. You know, when I first countered Islam, I was good with what I was hearing, but there was two stumbling blocks to me accepting Islam. I did study and I could rationally comprehend and even defend everything I was hearing, but there was two stumbling blocks to my accepting Islam: the mothership and Yacub. Until I was able to reason with the mothership and Yacub, I could not accept Islam as my religion. By Allah's grace, He blessed me to be able to rationally empirically embrace the mothership, and He blessed me to be able to rationally and empirically embrace the most honorable Elijah Muhammad's teaching of Yacub and making of the double, which is the most mocked aspect of his teaching. So I've been excellent over these last few days in high anticipation of this great conversation today, Sister Janita.
Well, speaking of rationally, the story of Yacub doesn't seem like it's rational. In fact, there are many people who have publicly criticized the story of the Yacub and the making of the white man. I think actually we can play some clips right now to kind of illustrate the point. So it's really interesting, as today we're going to talk about the rationality behind all of this.
You know there's no volume, right?
We are working on the technical difficulties that we are having right now. I apologize, everybody. It's crazy how we're just having these difficulties right now, because a lot of the times when we have a show, it just runs so smooth. But something about this particular show today is just like obstacle after obstacle after obstacle. But we do appreciate you all bearing with us as they are quickly being resolved right now. And we will be able to get with the program. In the meantime, as we wait so it's not awkward, do you have any questions that you guys want to know? Because I know, for instance, people have been DMing me saying, like, can you ask this? Can you ask that? And so definitely want to put that out to all of our audience. We've got a lot of people on our stream today. So if you guys want to start taking some of the questions that could be asked later on, because if you are similar to me, this is a new story for you. And you probably have a lot of questions, or you might be seasoned in the teachings and you have more specific questions that have or have not been answered before.
So we wanted to frame this conversation with remarks from some of the mop makers. I said that of all of the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, none is mocked more than his teaching on the origin of race, the origin of the white race in particular. And we wanted to frame at least the opening of this conversation with two examples of such mop making, if you will, one by Ronald Reagan and one by DJ Vlad. Now, you said, Sister Janita, that it is hard to rationalize this aspect of the teaching, and I totally get that. This is why this aspect of the teaching, along with the mothership, but this in particular was the very last holdout for me,
Right.
because as an atheist, just encountering or working on reconciliation with the God idea in the beginning stages of trying to reconcile with religion and declaring that I would never surrender my God-given mental faculties to religion again. And if I ever do religion, it would have to be one in which I don't have to separate my soul and my mind, my spirit and my intellect. So in that state, encountering every aspect of the teachers of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I needed to make rational sense of them.
Right.
I needed to be intellectually and rationally satisfied with what I'm hearing in order to say I believe. And Yacub, in the making of the white man, was the last holdout for me, because it did at first seem incredible. And so I was very incredulous. So I totally understand what you are saying, your sentiment. I will say this, though, that most of the mop makers today are just ignorant of the facts.
Right.
After 30 years of academically studying the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, after putting every aspect of this teaching under the microscope of critical scrutiny, hitting every aspect of this teaching with the fire of investigation, I can say that the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, every bit of it, is not religious dogma. It is a verifiable body of knowledge. The teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, starting with what's in this book. This is not a religious dogmatic text. This is a text of verifiable knowledge. And excluded from that is not the history of Yacub and the making of the white man. The making of the white man, the grafting of the white man by a group of Black Arabians, led by an exceptionally wise, and so wise he had so many brains, he had a big head. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us. But that too is not fantasy. That's not religious dogma. That's a verifiable piece of knowledge.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely coming with an open mind. I do think there are elements from the story that make sense, especially considering genetic engineering and cloning, right? So we know today people can make a designer baby. You can choose the eye color and the gender of your child. So in terms of isolating genes to create a particular race, in theory, and in reality, that makes sense. But then there are certain like particulars, I'm just like, well, this is bizarre. Like the detail of the big head, I'm like, how is that even verifiable? Was there a skeleton that was resumed here? Like these
verifiable. That's cosmetic, right?
Right.
That whether his head was big or small, that doesn't change the history of the origin of the white race, right? We like to cite that, but only for cosmetic purposes. And of course, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad cited it, and he said that Yacub was called by his peers big-headed scientists. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gives us to understand, he mentioned why he was so called. The point was how wise this Black man was. That at 4 years old, he entered school. At 6 years old, he had an epiphany and came to knowledge of his mission in life. At 18 years old, he had completed every educational institution in Arabia at the time, during which he spent a lot of time in laboratories under microscopes, examining the genome of the Black man and woman. So he was a prodigy. That's the point of dropping out there big-headed scientists. That's totally irrelevant to the historicity of this narrative of the origin of race and the white people. So it's not necessary to verify the story, find a skeleton with a gigantic head. You can go on Google right now and find Black men with ginormous heads. That's not the point. And we won't get trapped trying to examine the deserts of Arabia for a skeleton with a ginormous head.
Right.
But that was just making a point of how an intellectual prodigy Mr. Dr. Yacub was?
Well, I think we're ready now to play some of those clips.
Okay, let's see.
Right, because, you know, part of the thing that Nick said was that white people, because they lack melanin, with melanin comes compassion, and therefore they're not as human. They're more animalistic. And, you know, for example, when you look at NOI teachings, they believe that there was a guy named Yacub, you know, who had 59,999 followers, and he took them all to an island, and he started to breed out the black traits, and he would kill the dark-skinned babies. And he created white people on this island.
I've had people.
He lived to the age of 152. So he had a lot of interesting, you know, things about him. And you could believe this, or you could look at Bill Nye, who explains how people that live, you know, near the equator have a certain amount of vitamin D. And, you know, based on where you live in accordance to the equator, the vitamin D levels change. That's why you have lighter skin versus darker skin based on where you are in the equator. But, you know, but this is science. You know, of course, the Nation of Islam has their own theory on it.
Which is fine, but here's the thing.
Their theory, let me just say this, you know, according to the NOI, there's a guy named Big Head Yacub, who was an African, who went to an island with a bunch of Africans and basically crossbred a bunch of them and created this white race and killed off all the black ones and created this evil devil type creature. And he lived to 157 years old and so forth. Now, if you want to believe this, there's no one stopping you from believing from believing.
And Louis Farrakhan subscribed to all these moronic ideas about Yacub and the white devil. He believed in all that stuff. So when Nick Cannon references Louis Farrakhan, this is specifically what he's referencing. He's specifically referencing the Nation of Islam and this concept of Yacub. That's why he's saying white people are less. That's why he's saying we don't have souls. You know, we're demons. This is all the teachings of Louis Farrakhan, Malcolm X, and, you know, their predecessors. This is a crazy made-up theory about the history of the world developed in the 20th century and popularized in the 1960s. This hasn't been around for very long. This isn't like an ancient religion that these people believe. This is basically a brand new thing. This is just a cult that these people have been brainwashed to believe in. And so, like I said, I don't blame Nick Cannon for expressing these idiotic ideas. I mean, to some degree, we have to place some responsibility on him for being so naive as to believe it, but these are not his ideas. He's just repeating the insanity that he was taught.
That's crazy. It's interesting because prior to watching, first I watched those and I was like, yeah, this sounds crazy. And then I read pages 103 to I think 134 of Message to the Black Man. And there was a part that just recently there's been an article on CNN circulating about how Black babies are 3 times as more likely to die by having a white care provider than other babies of other races. And as we know, in America, Black women, regardless of economic income or education, right? You've got Beyonce, Serena Williams, are likely to also die during childbirth, and Black women are more likely to get cesareans. So there's a part in the book that talks about killing off specifically the Black babies, and for me, I was like, oh, I actually can connect that, if this is true, to what is happening right now. And then I was thinking, like, well, if this is a true story, is that an explanation as to why even in today's day and age we're seeing so many Black babies and Black mothers die giving childbirth?
Yes, you raise or make a very important connection between the report that was just released of how Black babies die when tended to by white doctors. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that Yacub's chief laborers those who were responsible for executing his plan, for furthering the process of the making of devil. His laborers were doctors, nurses, ministers, and cremators. Those hospital officials were the very ones, or hospital personnel were the very ones responsible for executing the plan to create the white race by killing the darker. And so we find that the hospital today still imbibes the spirit of Yacub's work. That's why the hospital, I have said in discussing the scientific assault on Black America, that the hospital, which was set up to experiment on poor people, primarily poor Black people, that it's a very dangerous place for the Black man and woman. I think it was Sister Dr. Washington who called or who described medical apartheid.
Yeah.
And when you recall the scientific death that the apartheid regime unleashed on Black people, if the medical establishment here in America, if the hospitals can be described as medical apartheid, that appropriately hints at the scientific death that Black patients are met with. And yes, this is a legacy of the work of Yacub. His laborers were doctors and nurses then, and his laborers are doctors and nurses today.
So what are we really here to talk about, Dr. Wesley? Are we here to talk about demons and soulless people, biblical information? What exactly is to this conversation about?
Great question. Quite simply, we want to know who to believe, God, or as Vlad suggests, instead of believing God, we should believe Bill Nye, science guy. Bill Nye, the science guy, is not my teacher. Bill Nye, the science guy, told Vlad that white people are the result of adapting, Black people adapting in cold Europe and losing their melanin to avoid or avert the consequences of vitamin D deficiency. That's Bill Nye, the science guy. I don't believe in Bill Nye, the science guy, because I know he's wrong. God helped us or gave us to understand the origin of race. And why is it important to know the origin of white people? This is the most important conversation we've had all year. Every human being needs to come to terms with what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught about white people. Black people, that is your continual, not mistake at this point, continual error. This is why, yet again, we are boycotting because of another example of police brutality. Another Black man shot in front of his children. We collect hashtags and we keep coming to this point And we will continue coming to this point because we keep making up fundamental errors, Sister Janita. And the error we keep making is thinking that what we're dealing with, when dealing with white people, when dealing with the government of the United States, when dealing with the police, we keep thinking we are dealing with fellow human beings that we can appeal to their sense of compassion. We can appeal to their sense of reason when it comes to Black life mattering. The very cry Black life matters that we launch at white people, the effort to convince white people that Black life matters, that screams the problem, which is we keep thinking white people are humans like us, that they have a human sensibility that we can appeal to get justice in this country. And every time we appeal to their humanity, we are met with nothing but bestiality. And Black people can't make sense of it, but we keep doing the same dumb stuff. Investing our hopes in police reform, investing our hopes in Biden versus Trump, where if we understand the nature of these people, we would understand that Biden is in no way fundamentally different than Trump, as Hillary was in no way fundamentally different from Trump. You got to understand the nature of white people in order to properly deal with white people, and a Negro is incapable of properly dealing with white people. And how do you understand the nature of white people? The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the circumstances under which a thing was created determines the nature of that thing. So in order to know the nature of white people, we have to understand the circumstances under which white people were brought into existence. And then lesson until none of Black folks' problems in this country will ever be solved until we come to a realization of who we are and who white people are. Once we know that, then we will approach them differently. We will strategize getting justice in this country very differently once we have a proper knowledge of who they are. So this question is not just of religious importance. Black people, you need to know who and what the hell you dealing with when it comes to these people. As we go into November, as we are investing again more faith in Biden, Biden is as much of a devil as Trump. But in order to be able to perceive things properly, we have to understand what we're looking at. We have to understand what we're dealing with. That's why fleshing this out and coming to terms with Yacub and his maid devil is really a matter of life and death for Black people at this point.
So I'm understanding this is a highly important discussion, and that since it's going to require a lot of understanding. With that being said, then I want to also recognize that there are a lot of people who are on our viewers. Hey, viewers, if you haven't already, please share this discussion and let people know we're going there today. For those of our viewers who are new and know nothing about this, I think it would make the most sense to lay out some foundational information of the story of Yacub and who he was. That way, people are able to access this conversation on even ground?
Very, very important. Very important. The story of Yacub, and really the story of the white man, the story of race on this planet. The black man and woman don't constitute a race. So when you say the black race, that's inaccurate. A race is that which has a beginning and has an ending. Race has a starting point, it has a finish line. The black man and woman is Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the ending. Race came on this planet 6,000 years ago. There are races on this planet. The brown, the yellow, the white. Those are races. Before their emergence 6,000 years ago, there was no race. So what we're talking about is the origin of race, the origin of races. Even beyond Yacub, Yacub's value is what he produced. And that's what the most important part of this conversation is, not the man and his big head. His huge brain. What's important is what he unleashed on the planet and why he did it. Why he did it is more important than what he did. We get the story of Yacub and the origin of race on this planet. It actually begins 15,106 years ago. Now, I will ask our viewers. We have a lot of viewers, I see.
We do.
I am, and we are asking you to be patient with this discussion. This, for some of you, won't be easy. We're going to have to take our time with this discussion because, again, this is the most mocked aspect of the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I personally have every intent on ending that tonight. I have every intention, Sister Janita, of ending tonight. So we're going to walk through. I am saying to us that what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us about Yacub and the making of white people, that those of you who mocked it, the laugh is on you. Those of you who disbelieved it, those of you who dismissed it and reject it, the laugh is on you now. We can, and I intend today to demonstrate during the course of this conversation that what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught about the origin of race in this world is empirically sound, is scientifically demonstrable. And so in order to do that, we're going to talk a lot of science. And so right now, with all of these large numbers that we have viewing, I'm saying right now, if you have a low tolerance for scientific discussion, go do something else. Go do something else right now. If you are impatient with the process of learning, I told you before, I'm the last one you want to check out. And today's conversation isn't going to be an exception to that. It's going to highlight that point because I hope to walk us through the evidence that confirms that the seemingly most fantastic aspect of the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and arguably the most offensive aspect of the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, certainly if you're white, that aspect of the teaching is fully verifiable, that is the only accounting of the origin of white people that makes sense of all of the evidence, despite DJ Vlad's teacher, Bill Nye, the science guy. So be patient with us, or if you know your patience low, go ahead and find something less top heavy to engage in, because this will be a very top heavy discussion. But if you stick around with us, I can almost guarantee you would see white people for who they are. And by doing so, you and I can handle them properly. And what does that look like, Sister Janita? What does handling white people look like?
I have no idea.
That this knowledge would help us do that. Well, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave us the answer to that. What does handling white people properly look like? He said that once you know white people, they are like a string wrapped around your finger. You won't know it's there unless you look at it. You won't know white people are there unless you turn to look at them. Once you know them for who and what they are, they cease being the problem in your and my life that they have been. Knowledge of them gives us power to determine our own destiny despite them. That's what properly handling white people, as a consequence of properly perceiving white people, is about. So what are we talking about? I said that the story of Yacub and the making of the white man didn't begin with Yacub's birth, individual birth, 6,600 years ago, 20 miles outside of the holy city, Mecca in Arabia. This story actually begins 15,106 years ago. Because it was at that time, Sister Janita, that the government, the Islamic government, which we call the 24 scientists or the 12 scientists, the Council of the Gods. This has been the government of the world for 66 trillion years, a circle of gods, 12 black men who are gods that constitute a governing body. 15,106 years ago, they met at the holy city of Mecca. They met, and they, as was and is their duty, they wrote the prophetic history. They convened over what they were able to see coming in the future, because fallen man writes history after it happens. Gods write history before it happens. So 15,100 years ago, The gods convened to write history that will unfold on the earth in the future, based on what they were able to see coming. And what they saw coming 15,000 years ago, Sister Janita, what these gods saw was that an element of dissatisfaction will develop on the earth, in Arabia in particular, that approximately 30% of the population in Arabia will become highly dissatisfied. And the gods 15,000 years ago saw that out of that dissatisfaction, a man would be born. And that man would be born to deliver the satisfied that which they are asking for. And so they put in their books and sealed them that in the future, when this level of satisfaction or dissatisfaction arises in Arabia, a man will be born there in Arabia to answer that dissatisfaction. And one of the reasons for the dissatisfaction, well, we will leave that till later.
Okay.
Why there was such dissatisfaction at the time. But the gods saw, and this is very important to understand Yacub. Yacub was born to carry out the will of the gods. Because when the gods convened 15,000 years ago and saw that based on a divine mathematical formula, there's certain trends will lead to certain other trends that will lead to people being born that would do things that would trigger domino effects. When they saw that, they could have vetoed that development. When they saw that 30% dissatisfaction was going to develop, from which a man will be born, they could have vetoed that, set in motion other triggers to make history develop differently, but they decided to seal that deal. And once it was done, once the God said be, it was determined that when that man is born, he's born with a predetermined idea. That means when he comes out of his mother's womb, he doesn't know that he's a child of destiny. As he goes through his life, destiny pulls him in directions to do that which he was born to do. But the idea was not his. The idea was determined for him when he was born. So it should never be said that Yacub was an evil man. He was not. He was a God. He was a righteous God, even though he made a devil and an enemy for the black man. He did so only because he was obeying the prophecy that the gods, Allah, had determined 15,000 years before he was born. So Yacub is born. This black baby is born 20 miles outside the holy city of Mecca. And he's born a child prodigy. At 4 years old, he started school. By 6 years old, he had his epiphany. The predetermined idea, the determination for his life that was made 15,000 years ago. Mm-hmm. At 6 years old, he had that epiphany. He knew what he was born to do. Shortly after he had that epiphany, he went before the gods, the council of the gods, because for 66 trillion years, or an infinity of time, this was the government of the black world, this council of scientists, gods, 12 of which are the ruling gods. After Yacub's epiphany, he went before the council of the gods and he told them his destiny to create a people, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that what sparked young Yacub's epiphany was he was one day playing with two pieces of steel. He was born with a scientific inclination. And while a youngster, he's playing with two pieces of steel. And on this day, he happened to encounter magnetism and how unlike attract. And at that point, just by playing with these two pieces of steel, the determination for his life came to his head. And he said on that day to himself that he's going to make a people unlike his people, because he's born from the dissatisfied element of Arabia. That dissatisfied element, they're dissatisfied with the other people of Arabia. They're not dissatisfied with mountains or trees or inanimate objects. They were dissatisfied with the king of Arabia, dissatisfied with the institutions of Arabia. And so he was born from that dissatisfaction. So at 6, the epiphany he had after playing with, after witnessing the law of unlike attract, he determined, or what was determined 15,000 years ago, came to his head. I'm going to make a people unlike my people, who I and so many others are dissatisfied with. And by making this people who are unlike, I'm going to make them to rule over my people. And so sometime after that, Yacub came before the council of the gods.
Mm-hmm.
And the gods questioned Yacub about his idea. Yacub told them what he was going to do. Now, one of the gods of the council happened to have been Yacub's uncle. This seems like an insignificant detail, but it's not. One of the gods of the assembly before whom Yacub went was his uncle. And his uncle starts questioning his nephew about his plan, his determined idea. And his uncle says to Mr. Yacub, when Yacub says that he's going to make a people, a new people on this earth, the uncle says to his nephew, what will you make except that which will create mischief and cause the shedding of blood? Yacub says to his uncle, I know what you know not. This, we find it in the Holy Quran. This is very important. And the Quran records this conversation with young Yacub and his uncle in the setting of the council of the gods. In the Quran, it has Allah saying to the angels, I'm going to place a ruler in the earth. And the angels interrogating that declaration by God, the angels saying to God, what will you put except that which will create mischief and cause the shedding of blood? And the Quran says, Allah said to the angels, surely I know what you know not. What's important is that Quranic discussion between Allah and the angels is actually a recounting of that day that young Yacub went before the council of gods and they questioned him about his plan to make a people that will rule. His uncle, he told his uncle that I'm gonna make a people that will rule you. So
what part of the Quran is that in? Because I know earlier on one of the clips, Ronald Reagan, I believe that was his name, said that this was a story built in designed in 1960, and now you're saying actually we can tie this to the Quran.
I'm saying much more than that. I'm saying this regarding your particular question. I'm saying that the history of Yacub and the making of the devil, despite Ronald Reagan's bogus claim that this is some newfangled doctrine, on the contrary, the history of Yacub and the making of the white man is found to various degrees of detail in the sacred traditions all across the earth. Yacub and the artificial creation of white people is found in the records of ancient Egypt. It's found in the records of ancient Sumer. It's found in the records of ancient Arabia. It's found in the records of ancient India. There is nothing new about the artificial and deliberate creation of white people by a group of scientific guys. There is nothing new about that. Right. So we would demonstrate that. And so it is in the Holy Quran, in the second surah, 30th verse, where that discussion between Allah and the angels take place. And we know that that's a Quranic recounting of the session between young Yacub and the council of the gods. So after Yacub leaves, he grows up, he matriculates through the educational system. He spends his time in laboratories. He's examining the DNA of his people in laboratories in Arabia. And then at 18, he had exhausted the educational system of Arabia, and he makes a transition in life. He goes from being a scientist to being an activist. So he leaves the lab and goes out in the street. He starts teaching among the dissatisfied element. He becomes a radical activist, a rebel, if you will. He's teaching among the dissatisfied elements in Arabia and attracting a following. And at some point, this dissatisfaction was going on a long time, long before Yacub was born, but it was ignored when Yacub was born, and he transitions from a scientist in a lab to a activist leader on the streets of Arabia, and he starts attracting elements from the dissatisfied, and his numbers grow. The king of Arabia and the authorities take note of it. Now they can no longer ignore the dissatisfaction because it found a leader. They arrest Yacub and many of his followers. But understand, Yacub wasn't born with that name, Yacub. We really don't know what his individual name was, what name he was born with, but Yacub was put in the prophecy when the gods met 15,000 years ago and saw that one will be born from among that dissatisfied population. They gave him a name, Yacub, because Yacub means supplanter. That really was a description of the work that this man will do, because this man will make a people that will supplant his people. So when this young prodigy came through his mother's womb, they did not bestow upon him the name Yacub. We really don't know what name he had, but his prophetic name was Yacub. So when he was in jail, the king, who has access to the prophetic history books, he went to this rebel leader's cell. Well, first, the authorities tell him, we have so-and-so in the cell. They gave his birth name. It's not recorded for us. We don't know what it is. But the king says that's not his name. Because based on his work, he knew who he was dealing with. So when the king went to the cell, this man is registered under another name. The king went to his cell. He said, I know you are Mr. Yacub. And he said, yes, that is I, the supplanter. Because the king, knowing that this was God's will, knowing that this man was not a rogue rabble rouser, as it was initially thought, a rebel leader, but was in fact born with to carry out the determination that the gods had made.
Right.
So the king had to negotiate with Mr. Yacub. And that negotiation resulted in Mr. Yacub and his followers being allowed to carry out their agenda, but they couldn't carry it out in Arabia. They were given supplies to go across the water to an island in isolation. And Yacub, and as the Jew Vlad says, he didn't get that from Bill Nye, the science guy. 59,999 of Yacub's followers, believers in him, crossed the waters, went over into this isolated island in the Aegean Sea.
Like Noah's Ark?
What about Noah's Ark?
No, I'm asking, is that connected? No?
Yeah, but later.
Oh, okay. I'm just making connections.
So he sets up his operation in Arabia, in Patmos or Pelon, an island in the Aegean Sea. He sets up his operation on how to create a new people. But what do you mean, Brother Dr. Wesley, create a new people? When Yacub was studying the DNA in the genome of Black people, he discovered that there were two people that exist within the Black man. He said two people. And the two people were unalike. These two people exist within the genome of the Black man, he discovered. What he called or what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad called a Black germ and a brown germ. These two germs could produce two different peoples. Yacub seeing that in the laboratory, in the isolated island, he instituted a process intended to segregate or isolate that second person, that brown germ, isolated from the black germ and graft it out. And he established a system of policies and procedures. He established laborers, ministers, doctors, nurses, and cremators. These were his laborers to execute the plan. And the plan was a plan of eugenics, a plan of selective mating, breeding, a process that will last 600 years, during which the races would be born on the planet. So that, in general, by races, I mean the first 200 years of that process produce the brown race. We call them the Japanese. The second 200 years produced from the brown race the yellow race, the Chinese. This ever diminishing pigmentation, but more than just pigmentation, the changes that resulted in that process are much more profound than color. And then the last stage, the next 200 years, from brown Japanese to, well, from black Arabian to brown Japanese, from brown Japanese to yellow Chinese, from yellow Chinese to white Caucasian. That was the man that Yacub made. So, of course, there's so much more to it, but that's the first part of the story of Yacub, the origin of white people, the origin of race.
Wow. Wow. All right, powerful creators. If you haven't already, please share, share, share. Today we are in Dr. Wesley's school, and the words of the day are nuance and patience. So there's going to be a lot of nuance to this discussion. And as Dr. Wesley has said before, please be patient with us, because that was just, as he said, the first part of the history that was necessary to be laid out for all of those that did not know the story. I know some of you are like, well, we already know this story. We want you to hurry up and go into the science and evidence. But remember, this conversation is
no. Is that what I'm saying? Because those who would say that, you are the ones I was saying you need to go ahead and check out. Just go ahead and check out. If you are impatient with this process of learning, you're just going to turn into a troll. And a troll is so undignified. You don't want to be that, and I don't want to trigger that in you. So if you don't have patience with the process of learning, this is the absolute last place you want to be on this day, because we are going to be meticulous. We're going to take our time. This is going to be a top heavy discussion, but at the end of it, God damn it, no more mocking will be made of this aspect of the teaching of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And God willing, you, the next white man you see when you leave the house, assuming he or she is not in your house, the next white man you see, you will look them in the face and know exactly what you're looking at.
Wow. So where do we go from here then?
I would like to do this. So that was the basis of the first part of the revelation from God to the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad in terms of the origin of white people. I would like to, if I may, show some visuals.
Okay. Make sure we're sharing this conversation. This is a free education right now.
So I would like to Brother Warren, can you minimize that a bit as I introduce this? Yeah, thank you. So, the gentleman in the upper left corner is Jean-Francois Champollion. Champollion is the one who deciphered or credited with being the first European to decipher hieroglyphics of ancient Egypt, the Medu Neter, in 1824. After he, through breaking the code of the so-called Rosetta Stone, Jean-Francois Champollion in 1829, after decoding the Rosetta Stone, traveled to Egypt I didn't mean to do that. Traveled to Egypt and studied, equipped with the language now, studied the inscriptions on the walls, copied them, drew them, but then he wrote a letter from Egypt to his brother. His brother, Jacques Champollion, who would later go on to be an icon of Western Egyptology. Jean wrote a letter to his brother because Jean made what according to reports was a disconcerting revelation while in Egypt studying the inscriptions. I'm going to read portions of this letter written in 1829, and it's going to lay the base for walking through the demonstrating the correctness of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Jean said this in his letter to his brother from Egypt. He said, right in the valley of Bab-el-Muluk, or the Gate of the Kings, in the Valley of the Kings, the famous Valley of the Kings in ancient Egypt. Champollion says, right in the Valley of Bab-el-Muluk, we admired, like all previous visitors, the astonishing freshness of the paintings and the fine sculptures on several tombs. I had a copy made of the peoples represented on the bas reliefs. At first, I had thought from the copies of these bas reliefs published in England, before he encountered them for himself, having traveled to Egypt with knowledge of the language, At first, I had thought from the copies of these bas reliefs published in England that these peoples of different races, led by the god Horus, holding his shepherd's staff, were indeed nations subject to the rule of the pharaohs. A study of the legends informed me that this tableau has a more general meaning. It portrays the third hour of the day when the sun is beginning to turn on its burning rays, warming all the inhabited countries of our hemisphere. According to the legend itself, the Egyptians wished to represent the inhabitants of Egypt and those of foreign lands. Thus, we have before our eyes the image of the various races of man known to the Egyptians. So the Egyptians plastered on their walls their knowledge of the races of man. Champollion, when he went to Egypt, encountered the Egyptians' representation and knowledge of the races of man as they knew. So he goes on in his letter to his brother. And we learn at the same time that the great geographical or ethnographic divisions established during the early epoch. He says in these representations are men led by the god Horus, the shepherd of the peoples, belonging to 4 distinct families. The human races as the Egyptians pictured them were divided into 4 distinct families. Champollion says, quote, the first, the one closest to the god, has dark red color, a well-proportioned body, a kind face, nose slightly alkaline, thin and narrow, long braided hair, and is dressed in white. The legends designate this species as Rutemne Rum, the race of men par excellence, i.e., the Egyptians. There can be no uncertainty. That's the first one to the left.
Okay.
He says, there can be no uncertainty about the racial identity of the man who comes next. He belongs to the black race, designated under the general term Nahasi. The third presents a very different aspect. His skin color borders on yellow or tan. He has a strongly alkaline nose, thick black pointed beard, and wears a short garment of various colors. These people, he says, are called by the Egyptians Namu. Finally, the last fella to the extreme right. Finally, Champollion says, the last one is what we call flesh colored, a white skin of the most delicate shade, a nose straight or slightly arched, 2 eyes, blonde or reddish beard, tall stature, and very slender, clad in a hairy ox skin, a veritable savage. That's not Brother Wesley's words. That's Champollion's words. Listen. A veritable savage tattooed on various parts of his body. He is called Tamaho. He goes on, I hasten to seek the tableau corresponding to this one and the other royal tombs, and as a matter of fact, I found it in several. The variations I observed fully convinced me that the Egyptians had tried to represent here the inhabitants of the four corners of the earth, according to the Egyptian system, namely, 1, the inhabitants of Egypt, which by itself formed one part of the world; 2, the inhabitants of Africa proper, blacks; 3, Asians; and finally, and he says this, and finally, and I'm ashamed to say so, since our race is the last and the most savage in the series, Europeans, who in those remote epochs finally or frankly did not cut to find a figure in the world. He says we find that Egyptian and Africans represented in the same way, which could not be otherwise. He says, but the Namu, the Asians, and the Tamaho, the Europeans, present significant and curious variance. He says this in closing. This is true of our good old ancestors, the Tamaho. Their attire is sometimes different. Their heads are more or less hairy and adorned with various ornaments. Their savage dress varies in form, but their white complexion, their eyes and beard all preserve the character of a race apart. Now I'm gonna end that quote and do some elaboration.
Okay.
Here it is, the father of, or explication, I should say. One of the fathers of Western Egyptology. He sees the Egyptian representation of the races as they knew them. He sees them depicted on the wall, and this was a part of the Egyptian topographical and anthropological system. It acknowledged 4 races, Remet, or the Egyptians proper, and they always depicted themselves as brown, red, dark brown, red. And the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that the so-called red man, who is a black man with initially a red hue, not the pale Indians, but the original Native American was a black man. He's described as a red man because there was a red hue to him, but he's an original man. And the ancient Egyptian depiction, self-depiction of themselves as dark red, has symbolic significance and ethnographic significance. They are from a particular family of black people. The first of the 4 races that the Egyptians acknowledge. The second race, the Nehesu or Nehesi, the Nubians, the Africans. Each of these personified the race that was acknowledged. The Egyptian, the Remetic, personified that particular part of the black nation. The Nehesi or Nehesu, the so-called Negro or African, depicted, personified that division of the black nation. And then Amu, the Asians, that Amu, according to the Egyptians, that third one, with their sallow or yellow skin, represented Asians and Middle Easterners. He personified that race of people. And then the fourth one, the Tamaho, the flesh-colored, the white with blue eyes and blonde hair as depicted in some of these. He personified the white race, both northern whites and also white Libyans, west of the Nile. These white Libyans called Tamaho, for those who are familiar with this history, these white Tamaho are distinguished from the black Tehanu that preceded them. I'm not going to get into that whole Tamaho to Nehu debate, but suffice to say, these are the four races, distinct races that the ancient Egyptian system acknowledged. Then when Champollion encountered it, he was disturbed by the reality of his people. But what I want to emphasize right here is the name. It's white people, Sister Janita. This fourth race, from the black red to the black to the yellow to the white. The white, the fourth race, it's called Tamaho. Now, below Jean-Francois Champollion, the white man under him, Gerald Macy. He writes and decodes the language Tamaho. According to Gerald Macy, he writes in Egyptian, Tamaho means people and created. Who is white, light ivory. The Tamaho thus are the created white people. Despite the controversy surrounding Gerald Macy, and despite some of the arguments against the various meanings and nuances of meanings for pronunciation for this word Tamaho, the fact that at least one of the meanings of Tamaho, as it is used as an ethnographic designation for this race of people, acknowledged by the Egyptians. The Egyptians acknowledged four races: black, red, black, yellow, and white. And the white were given a designation Tamaho, one meaning of which is created white people. We have here an early acknowledgement from the ancient Egyptians of what we're dealing with white people. They aren't a natural evolution in the ancient Egyptian cosmoanthropology. White people represented by the white Libyans to their west and by the whites to their north. These people didn't represent a natural human evolution, but they were Tamaho, created white people. They were created according to the ancient Egyptians. This is long before the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Who created white people? How were white people created?
Yeah.
No, that's not what I intended to do. Did you have any questions on that before we?
Well, you actually asked the question that I was going to ask, how are white people created? But also, if I'm following correctly, it sounds like from this story, everyone else besides the black man and woman were grafted into existence then.
That is correct. Now, with the exception of the so-called Red Indian, the so-called Red Indian is not a grafted people. They are an original people. They did not come as They weren't born on the island of Pelon or Patmos, as was the Japanese, the Chinese, and the Caucasian. The so-called red man, their root are blacks from ancient India, who violated the laws of Islam in ancient India 16,000 years ago and were kicked out, and they made a journey all 16,000 years ago, and they ended up here in the Americas. And the oldest evidence of Native American peoples, they were very black people. So the white Indian, if you will, is a result of race mixing with the white invaders. But the so-called Indian, a Native American people, they aren't a part of the grafting. They are original people. Brother Warren, I want to be able to see. So can you minimize my screen a tad bit? So look at this. White people created. That was testimony of ancient Egypt, at least as if we, to the extent that we trust Gerald Macy and Champollion. I know that there's argument and debate. I'm not going to enter that right now. I want to add to that. Mary H. Kingsley's travels in West Africa. She traveled through West Africa collecting traditions that were popular among African peoples or West African peoples. And look at what she shares with us. She says, quote, "There is this beautiful story now extant among the Cabindas or Cabindas. God made at first all black. He always does in African stories," she says. And then God, listen to this. Then God, went across a great river and called men to follow him. And the wisest and the bravest of them and the best of them plunged into the great river and crossed it. And the water washed them white. So they are the ancestors of the white man. Listen to this. How can you not see Yacub and his people traveling by sea from Arabia to Pelon and Patmos? And what came from that was the birth of white people from black people. Here you have the exact same accounting. We are told that God, by these West Africans, that God and some of his people crossed over a sea. And when they got to the other side of the sea and got on land, the water washed them, his people who traveled with him, white. And these whites are these white black people, these white formerly black people are the ancestors of the white race. Okay. One more. From Dr. John Davey. Dr. John Davy, chemist, and his brother, a famous chemist. And he was, as part of the British Army Medical Department, he spent time in Ceylon over in India. And he took note of Indian traditions regarding the origin of his people, of white people. Listen to what Dr. Davy says. He says, quote, among the natives of Ceylon, the occurrence of the albino, the offspring of dark-skinned parents, is not very uncommon. Moreover, the ethnologists of Ceylon, the Sinhalese savants, are of the opinion that the white races of mankind are sprung from the albino and originally were merely an accidental variety. The speculation of the Sinhalese respecting the origin of the white races of men is not without the semblance of probability. Dr. Davy says. He goes on to say, it is easy to conceive that an accidental variety of the kind might propagate, and that the white race of mankind is sprung from such an accidental variety. The Indians are of this opinion, and there is a tradition or story amongst them in which this origin is assigned to us. So according to this tradition among the Indians of Ceylon, who are black people and who are a black people who have a kinship with the black Arabians, the black people of India in the East. In fact, the Dravidian black man of ancient India in that area, we have demonstrated sprung from the black population of ancient Arabia. So according to this tradition, black people gave birth to an albino population, and an albino population of black people where by mutation, pigmentation is muted in them. And according to this Indian tradition, albinos born from among them gave birth to white people. And Dr. Davy says that he can countenance this origin of his people, but I would say that his description of this being an accident, that is where I take issue with Dr. Davy's suggestion. Some of what he described from the Indians is accurate, but we're not talking about an accidental variety at all. We're talking about a very deliberate process. So I wanted to share those to show, and I can multiply them, showing how many people know and have traditions of the artificial nature of the origin of white people from black people and the traditions of the world. And we are going to show more that are even more exact. But please take note of the West African tradition that God and some of his people who are black, God is black according to this West African tradition, his people were black, and they crossed over a river. And after they got across the river, a consequences of which is those black people turn white, and those white people, those white blacks became the origin of white people. The parallel to what the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said concerning Yacub's history and the origin of white people is unmistakable.
Right. If you're just now tuning in to this week's episode, we are going over the story of Yacub and the making of the white man. With that being said, don't forget to share this conversation with everyone in your network and have your network share it so we can get more people in the discussion. Well, Dr. Wesley, I really appreciate you getting into that deeper information. And but now I have a question. How does this work with Darwin's evolutionary theory, in which humans, mankind, originated from apes?
Very great question. Let me thank you, Barry. No, not at all. Can you guys see? No, okay. Can you see that?
I can. Can you guys see it? Our powerful creators? Let us know in the comment section.
There we go.
Yes, people. April says she can see.
So
Yes. People can see.
So I want to state my and our position very clearly. Not only did Darwin get it wrong, Darwin turned the truth on its head. What do I mean by that? Humans are not a branch of the ape tree. Apes are a branch of the human tree.
Okay.
Specifically, the large apes, the chimpanzee, gorilla, the gibbon, man isn't an ascended ape. These primates are degenerate humans, adapted and specialized to a restricted biotope, like the mountains or the forests, brought about by isolation. Humans, Sister Janita, are the root rather than the sideline of the so-called hominid branch of evolution. Apes did not give birth to humans. Humans gave birth to apes. And so, for example, Professor Robin Crompton, musculoskeletal biologist at the University of Liverpool. You should look him up. He affirmed that the famous ascent of man image, you know, that famous ascent of man image that has an ape or a chimp evolving progressively into a human. You know that picture?
Yeah.
The ascent of man. Well, Dr. Crompton affirms that that image is wrong. The ascent of man image, he says, is going in the wrong direction. The more accurate is the image of the descent of man. That the chimpanzee represents a devolved human rather than a human representing an evolved ape. No. He affirms that both modern humans and the chimpanzee descended from a proto-human ancestor. It was the chimpanzee who suffered a change in body form, falling down on all fours, and his body changed to accommodate being able to move at high speed on all four limbs. So you ask me, how does this relate to Darwin's evolutionary theory? Darwin turned the truth on its head. The black man is not a descendant of a great ape. The great ape is a descendant of the white man in particular. We will get to that later.
Okay.
I hope that answered your question.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, well, how do you know it's particularly from the white man?
Oh, we are going to get into that in some detail. I want to establish some other things first.
Okay.
Before we get into that part of the history of white people. But I'm answering your question, and that's an important base to lay.
Right.
The Darwinian that humans are not a branch of apes. Apes are a branch of humans. Humans are not ascended monkeys. Monkeys are descended human beings. And so I want to, what you will say, brother Dr. Wesley, all of these bones of these ape people like Lucy.
Yeah.
This ape woman. That's the white man and his lies. How do we know? There's no better illustration. Australopithecus, a hominid series, famous hominid series, Australopithecus. Australopithecus means southern ape. Lucy, you've seen the famous pictures of that African woman, Lucy, who is a very small ape woman. Her species is Australopithecus, southern ape. The popular depiction of Lucy and that whole genus Australopithecus as ape people is wrong. The name Australopithecus, southern ape. It's misdirection and deliberate obfuscation. How do you know, Brother Dr. Wesley? Littlefoot tells us so. Who is Littlefoot? Littlefoot is the oldest and most complete specimen of so-called Australopithecus. Lucy was only 40% of her skeletal remains. So all of that depiction of this little ape woman, the original black woman, even the Afrocentrists tout Lucy, the ape woman, as the black woman is God. This ape woman. And the whole time, that depiction of Lucy is the white man's wicked imagination, because that depiction of that ape woman was based on 40% remains and the rest of it was filled in, and she was made inappropriately so to look like a woman. But Lucy looked more like you today that she looked like that ape woman. Am I bugging? No, I'm not bugging.
Like me?
Yeah. She was more human.
Oh, interesting.
Littlefoot, the most complete specimen, skeletal specimen of Australopithecus. 3.6 million years old. Littlefoot proves what I just said. Littlefoot was no ape. Littlefoot was a proto-human. All of the features of Littlefoot in no way said ape. Littlefoot, 4 million years old, older than Lucy. She was the size of a normal Western female today. They had Lucy as this little midget woman, ape woman. Littlefoot shows us that the so-called Australopithecus woman was no ape woman. She had the size of a normal Western female. She walked totally upright. She was bipedal. She wasn't hanging around in trees. She tried to, but one suggestion is that that's why Littlefoot died. She fell from a tree because that wasn't her thing, because she was bipedal. And her arms to legs ratio or proportions were that of a modern human, not that of the apes. Apes have elongated arms and legs. To arms ratio of apes are different than the arms to leg proportions of humans. Littlefoot was a human. Her legs to arms proportion was human. So Australopithecus, that name should be scrapped. That wasn't a southern ape. That was a primitive human that could be put in a population of modern black humans today. But the white man paints these bones and give them ape-like dressing to telescope the ape family back millions of years, because he knows the ape family is his family. He knows that he is the root of the ape family. We'll get to that later.
So in many ways, this is pseudoscience.
Beyond it's pseudoscience, but it's more than pseudoscience. It's deliberate deception. Pseudoscience I take to mean just poor science. The intent may not be malicious. They just bad. They just don't do good science. But this, what we're talking about, depicting Lucy as a midget ape, that wasn't pseudoscience. That was wicked, deliberate deception. So no, I am not a Darwinian evolutionist. The claim that the black man emerged from an ape, I reject that, not because of egotistical or religious reasons. We can, in fact, all of the current evidence makes us, or allows us to say, as I did, humans are not a branch of the ape tree. Apes are a branch of the human tree.
Yeah, someone had brought it to my attention that there actually hasn't been any science that actually backs and has stated factually that evolutionary theory is real. And I was like, oh, that's really interesting considering that you learn this through K through 12. You can go to museums and see these things. And so you just inherently will assume then, if you're being taught through K through 12 or going to a museum, that obviously this is backed and this is factual. And when they brought it up, I was like, okay, well, let me go see if I can find it. And I couldn't. And I was like, oh, I didn't realize that prior to that.
Understand that the white man knows his origin in the world. And he constructed his world to conceal his origin in this world.
Mm-hmm. So going back to Yacub, I've seen that many people have said that Yacub is actually Jacob in the Bible. If that is true, where's Esau?
So Jacob, when he wrestles with God in the Bible, his name is changed from Jacob, or in biblical Hebrew, Yacub, from Yacub to Israel. And Israel, the biblical editor tells us, means to fight with God. Jacob, while Yacub gave birth to all white people, a division emerged within white people. That division is popularly known as Jew and Gentile. Black people, you are not a Gentile. That is an intra-Caucasian dispute. The Jew and the Gentile. The Jew, Israel. Israel represents the Jew, who more than his Gentile brother, who is Esau, more than his Gentile brother, the Jew carries on the legacy of their father, Yacub. I'm going to have much more to say about that in a minute. Allow me to do this.
Yeah.
The science of the origin of white people. It is, this base has to be laid. To understand and appreciate Yacub and his making of the white race. And to be able to appreciate when we say it's one thing, and it is the thing, and we're going to show more of it, that tradition, the tradition of the ancient Egyptians, the tradition of West Africans, the tradition of the ancient Indians, the traditions of the ancient Mesopotamians, all of them converged and agreed that white people were artificially created. What I didn't mention when we were talking about the Indian theory or the Indian tradition quoted by Dr. Davies of white people being born from black people giving birth to white children. And those white children, white albinos being the root of white people. What Dr. Davies didn't mention as a part of that tradition, the Indian tradition is the Aryan Indian tradition agrees with those black Indians attributing that origin to white people. The white Aryans give more detail. They say that their origin from black people was not accidental, but they were deliberately created from white people by their God, and they gave their ancestral progenitor the name Vivas Vata Manu. And we documented in our book that the Aryan Vivas Vata Manu is the Aryan description of Yacub, the man who, according to the Aryans, deliberately brought about the white Aryan people from the original black stock. So the Indians just don't acknowledge that whites are the offspring of black people. But the Aryans give the detail of themselves that yes, that is true. But we are an accidental variety of black people. We were deliberately created by our God, Vivas Vata Manu, Yacub. But it's enough. It's one thing to have all of these human traditions that say white people are an artificial creation on this earth. But what does the science say? Because see, Vlad would put up against this universal tradition. He would put up against that Bill Nye the Science Guy. And we are saying that Bill Nye's science is impeached, that the science refutes Bill Nye and DJ Vlad, and the science confirms the most honorable Elijah Muhammad and these other traditions that agree with the honorable Elijah Muhammad to the detail. So if I may, if you need to take a water break, because we are going to get into the science of the origin of white people.
We're taking a little break.
I'm going to get into Jacob. In the Bible, we're going to get into the origin of monkeys. We're going to get into all of that. But I don't want to get into that without laying the scientific base and laying it very clear of how white people were brought about. The scientific origin of white people is what we want to understand before we go any further, if that is okay.
Yeah, that's okay with me. Is that all right with everybody else? I believe so.
Hold on. Because I intend to prove Yacub the man and Yacub the process. as it relates to the origin of white people.
I am on the edge of my seat. I'm like, I'm ready for this science right now.
I'm trying to pull up our screen, our images.
People are very excited. Yeah, I definitely put my thinking cap on today. You know, it's interesting as we wait for you to pull it up. Just reading all the different comments from the different outlets that we had promoted the show on, and you know, it's really interesting how there are some people who genuinely felt offended about this particular topic, and I can understand to a certain degree. But I also think that, I mean, anything dealing with scholarship or history or science is always worth exploring if there's any truth to it, and that we should try not to put our emotions in whether or not there's any truth to something. And I was like, it was kind of surprising. I was a little surprised by some people were like, this is offensive. But for the most part, people were really excited and talking about how they've been waiting for this and this is going to be epic. And I'm like, yeah. So it was nice to see the balance, but also I was really confused about, like, well, if something could be possibly true, wouldn't you want to know? Because I would. I would hold off my emotions and find out first.
And that's very wise. I was waiting for this conversation for 30 years. And it culminated with our conversation today. Now, I'm not seeing my screen up. Did I miss a step? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can. You have two diagrams of
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So the science, more even than the human traditions, the science proves the Honorable Elijah Muhammad correct and Bill Nye, the science guy, wrong. To understand that, you got to understand genetics. To understand white people, you got to understand genetics. So this is going to be a genetic discussion. If you want to understand the origin of white people, you got to understand him at the genetic level. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that, he said, I know white people by the germ that emitted them. That's deep. He said, I know white people by the germ that emitted them. Except we have an appropriate knowledge of genetics, we can't understand white people. We can't understand the origin of white people. And we can't understand why Elijah Muhammad is right and Bill Nye, the science guy, and everyone else is wrong. So when Yacub, while studying the black man's genome in the laboratory, when it said that he saw that there were two people within the black man, that there was two different germs, a black germ and a brown germ, and that by separating the brown germ from the black germ, that's how he developed race and ultimately white people. What we have to understand is the science of dominant and recessive genetics. We have to understand the law of segregation, and we have to understand the science of breeding. And then we will perfectly understand there is only one explanation that can account for white people. There's only one explanation that can account for white people as they are. The whole black people went to Europe, it got cold, they needed vitamin D, so they lost pigment and became white. That's one of the reasons why that's so wrong. Is because it's so
to a medical rarity.
Because it's so superficial. It doesn't take into account the reality of white people beyond their depigmentation. But the white man's uniqueness as a people is beyond depigmentation of his outer skin. To understand white people fully, you have to understand genetics. So, Mendelian genetics, or the genetical system as outlined by Greg Mendel, was only a rediscovery of what Yacub knew and utilized thousands of years before Greg Mendel. But so some basic concepts. Understand gene and allele. We'll start there. We're going to start here. Gene and allele. Allele is very important in this discussion. A-L-L-E-L-E. What's an allele? A gene can come in different forms. The different forms are different variants of single gene is called an allele. An allele is a version of a particular gene. And most people, or many genes, I should say, many genes have two distinct alleles, two distinct versions, two distinct variants. A dominant version or a dominant allele and a recessive version or a recessive allele. Is that pretty simple so far?
Yeah. Because we're talking about expression, how they will be expressed, right?
So let's distinguish, and it's important, genotype from phenotype. The genotype is the combination of all of the gene variants, meaning a combination of all of the alleles, the different versions of each gene. Taken together, that constitutes the genotype of an organism.
Mhm.
Which allele is expressed versus which one isn't, how much or to what degree an allele is expressed, this determines phenotype.
Okay.
Phenotype is what you see. Phenotype is the combination of the observable traits of an organism. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Genotype is the actual set of genes in the various alleles. Phenotype is the physical, the traits that result from the physical expression of the various alleles or versions of the gene. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So, what? Be more clear. The path. Why are you emphasizing the difference between genotype and phenotype? In answer to Sister Janita's question. So, many genes have two alleles, two versions of it, a dominant and a recessive version of that gene. Now, based on, there's a number of laws that determine how genes are expressed and therefore determines what the phenotype will be, what the organism will look like.
Mm-hmm.
So Gregor Mendel, for example, he noticed that the purple pea plant, there's a purple pea plant and there's a white pea plant. The purple pea plant has the gene that codes for color comes in two versions. There's two alleles of the pea plant gene that codes for color. There's the dominant gene, dominant allele is a purple gene. It codes for the color purple. The gene or allele that codes for white, that's a recessive gene or recessive allele. Now the purple pea plant, it has both the allele that codes for purple and it has the allele that codes for white.
Mm-hmm.
So how is it that the purple plant, though it has both the purple gene and the white gene, why is it purple? The white plant, the white pea plant, it only has the allele that codes for white.
Right.
Why does the purple pea plant, if it only had the purple allele, it would be described as homozygous dominant, meaning it has two dominant genes, the two dominant alleles that code for purple. There is such plants that are homozygous dominant.
Mm.
And of course, because they have only the purple allele, they only produce purple plants, purple offspring, and they themselves are purple. There are other purple plants that have both the pea plant, that has both the purple allele or the allele that codes for the dominant purple color, but they also have the recessive allele that codes for the white color. This pea plant is called heterozygous. It has both the dominant allele and the recessive allele together. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What's important is that phenotypically, so the genotypes differ. The genotype of homozygous is 2 dominant alleles. The genotype of heterozygous is dominant and recessive alleles. The genotype is different, but guess what? The phenotype is exactly the same. They're identical phenotypically. They both produce the purple pea plant. Why? And they give birth to purple pea plants. Why? It's called the law of dominance. When the dominant allele and the recessive allele are together, the dominant allele dominates the recessive. It hides the recessive. It masks and prohibits the expression of the recessive allele. So even though the recessive allele is there, it's getting no play. And so it's not having any effect on the phenotype. So the heterozygous pea plant is as purple as the homozygous dominant pea plant that has 2 dominant purple alleles. The heterozygous pea plant, it's not only is it not white, it's not pink or lavender. It's not a blend of the 2 alleles, right? You would think if there's 2 alleles, there's this dominant purple together with the recessive white, together the offspring will be a lavender. That's not the case.
As I listen to this, it makes me think about Marcy and Millie Biggs. They are fraternal twins, and they were on the cover of National Geographic for one being black and then the other being white. But the twin that appears a little bit more white also appears a little bit more ambiguous looking. And so when I think of this, I'm thinking like literally this is probably what happened in their circumstances.
Well, I don't know. I haven't read that particular article, so I don't know the circumstance surrounding those 2. I don't know. Maybe so. If you read the article, as we go along, you see if what we say matches what.
I think it does from how I'm understanding now of the dominance and the recessive genes and how it's being split even within this particular chart where the twins are literally on the extreme left and right, but they might act, well, at least their phenotype is, but now as I'm trying to understand genotypes, they could also have the different genotypes of what you're saying as well. Okay. Which now I'm thinking you could breed people in this particular way then. Maybe, I don't know.
How you breed people. We're gonna get to that. We're just laying the genetic foundation to understand Yacub and his product race, in particular, the white man. So when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said Yacub studied the genome of the black man and saw that there are 2 people in him, what Yacub saw was 2 different alleles for many genes that exist in the black man. Yacub saw that the genes of the black man come in a dominant and recessive form, many of them. And he saw that in that recessive allele is a whole people prepared to give expression to. Now, again, let's go back to that pea plant. You have to understand, family, I'm using these languages because these terms, because they're necessary to follow
Right.
the scientific process. Homozygous and heterozygous. So there's always three options when you talk about a gene that has two alleles. In terms of the offspring, there's three options. It could be as a cross between the two parents. The offspring could be homozygous dominant, meaning they inherit, that offspring inherited from the two parents only the dominant allele for that gene. And so homozygous means two dominant genes, or the two dominant alleles. And so if the offspring is that of the pea plant, a homozygous pea plant will be a purple pea plant because it has two dominant alleles, purple producing alleles. Or the other option is the offspring could be heterozygous, meaning it inherited from one parent the dominant allele, purple, and inherited from the other parent the recessive allele, white. So the offspring is heterozygous for that trait. He has the dominant and the recessive allele. The phenotype of that offspring will be exactly like the phenotype of the homozygous dominant. They both will be purple. He will not be lavender or pink. I'll get to that. The third option under normal circumstances is the offspring can inherit a recessive allele from the father and a recessive allele from the mother, and that offspring is homozygous recessive. He only has the recessive allele, and that's how you get the white pea plant. The white pea plant is homozygous recessive, a very important term. Homozygous recessive. Now, something very important. Why do homozygous dominant and heterozygous both look alike? They both purple. Why does heterozygous, why is the offspring not a blend of the two traits? Why is a heterozygous pea plant not lavender, a blend of the purple and white? Because of the law of dominance and the law of segregation. Again, under normal circumstances, the dominant gene prevents the expression of the recessive gene. Very important. So this recessive gene was existing up in Black people all of these millions of years. This other man was existing up within us all these millions of years, but we didn't know. You know why we didn't know? because we're heterozygous. And under normal circumstances, that recessive gene in us doesn't get any play, doesn't get any expression. It's masked by the dominant gene. Now, what's important, so that's the law of dominance. Understand the law of dominance. Dominant gene overpowers the recessive and thus masks the existence of the recessive allele by prohibiting its expression. That's under normal circumstances. We also need to know the law of segregation. The law of segregation says that under normal circumstances, the genes passed down to the offspring will be done randomly. So whether the offspring would be homozygous dominant or heterozygous or homozygous recessive, it's a roll of the dice that determines that. It's random how the alleles are selected for in the offspring. Do you follow?
Yeah.
That's very important to understand what Yacub did. I will build on that in a moment. Normal genetical operation is random. Normal selection for traits is random. And Gregor Mendel found that there's a 3-to-1 ratio, very important. The law of segregation produces what they call a magical 3-to-1 ratio, meaning you roll the dice 3 times, you're going to get dominance. 3 out of 4 times you roll that dice, you're going to get a dominant phenotype. One of those 4 times is going to be, the dice is going to roll homozygous dominant. 2 of those dice rolls are going to produce heterozygous. In one of those 4 rolls of the dice, randomly, will produce a homozygous recessive offspring. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The law of segregation. Now, why that's important is because the opposite of the law of segregation, which is the random selection of the alleles that are passed down to offspring, the opposite of that is the deliberate selection of alleles passed down into offspring, what you call breeding, artificial or selective mating to breed determined alleles. So instead of the law of segregation, it randomly produces homozygous dominant, or randomly 1 out of 4 times, or randomly produces homozygous recessive 1 out of 4 times. You can selectively breed homozygous dominant, or you can selectively breed homozygous recessive. That's what breeding is all about. Selective mating to overcome or counter the random law of segregation in order to breed in particular traits. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so this is why Yacub killed off the black babies, to make it to where now people can only reproduce with the lighter skinned babies. until he kept getting down the line.
But there's one more law to understand that. One more genetic law
Okay.
that's necessary to understand Yacub's work on the island of Pelon. So we discussed the law of dominance.
Mm-hmm.
We discussed the law of segregation. The other law is, or phenomenon is, incomplete dominance. This is what under normal circumstances, the law of dominance is operative. This is why a heterozygous genome, a heterozygous pea plant, produces a offspring as purple as the homozygous dominant. However, occasionally, it's rare, but occasionally you will see a lavender pea plant. Not purple, not white. You will see a lavender pea plant. Why? Because of the phenomenon of incomplete dominance. This is when the law of dominance isn't fully operative, and that dominant gene does not efficiently express itself, and it does not efficiently or totally inhibit the expression of the recessive allele. And as a result, you do get a blending of the two. So the phenotype becomes a blend. Now that's very rare. Under normal circumstances, the law of dominance is expressive. It's either a purple plant, 3 out of 4 times it's a purple pea plant. Rare, one roll of the dice will give you a white pea plant. That's normal 3-to-1 ratio. Even rarer than that homozygous recessive. When you talk about random mating, even more rare is the lavender pea plant, because incomplete dominance doesn't occur often. But when it does, it produces a phenotype that is a blend of the two. Now, why is that important? And to your question, I hope our clinic, our brief clinic on Mendelian genetics was understandable. I hope we were understood. Did that all make sense so far, Sister Janita?
Yeah, I mean, I asked clarifying questions. I'm looking at the comments right now. Was there anyone else that needed any points clarified? Please let us know. Can you explain half original?
Well, yeah. Half original simply means the offspring of a original black man and a white woman. That's half original. So, Yacub, that scientific base is absolutely necessary to understand and appreciate Yacub's work on the island of Pelon. So, when Yacub, who was a black Arabian, the ancient Arabians were very black. So Yacub and his followers were black Arabians, very black-skinned people who went over to the island of Pelon and were ground zero for the production of the Caucasian. What Yacub instituted was a method called in genetics positive assortative mating. Positive assortative mating. Assortative mating is non-random mating based on phenotype. Positive assortative mating is mating that's not random, that's driven by phenotype considerations. Positive assortative mating means the two that are mating are similar. There's the deliberate decision to mate similar, phenotypically similar people, versus negative assortative mating, in which two different phenotypes are deliberately mated. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm thinking of how kings and queens would choose mating based to keep power. So cousins would marry each other to keep power, or someone would go from another country for the countries to join, and those were deliberate, is kind of how I'm thinking of it in terms of how it's played out in history.
Right, but the important detail with assortative mating is not just the non-randomness of the mating, but the non-random mating is based on phenotype considerations.
Right.
Observable traits. So in positive assortative mating, two similarly looking people are mated together, meaning they are similar in particular observable traits, versus negative assortative mating, where deliberately two people of different phenotypes are mated together. Now, Yacub used a method of, among those Black Arabians, of assortative mating. Now, I have to confess this. I have read two different statements. And I think, and it makes me to understand that Yacub used both positive assortative mating and negative assortative mating. Meaning what? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that a law of marriage that Yacub instituted was two Black people could not marry. So two homozygous dominant or a normal heterozygous Black person, they could not marry. Two Black people were not allowed to marry and bear children under Yacub's program in Pilon. Only two marriages were permitted. A Black person could marry a brown person, and that would then be negative assortative marrying. Okay. So the phenotypes are dissimilar. They're non-random. That deliberately a black and a brown were mated together on phenotype considerations. That is negative assortative mating. Also, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that 2 brown people could marry. 2 black people could not marry and bear children. 2 brown people could marry and bear children. That's positive assortative mating. So the 3 possibilities, marriage possibilities, 1 was outlawed, 2 were permitted under Yacub's instructions. Positive assortative mating from 2 black people were disallowed. Positive assortative marrying of 2 brown people and negative assortative marriage between a black person and a brown person was allowed. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Now, of course, a question becomes where the brown people come from.
Yeah.
So the brown, while most of the island was black Arabians, but because of the phenomenon of incomplete dominance, you had black people you had brown people on the island. People who were African type brown in complexion. They were brown, but they weren't the black that was characteristic of Black Arabia. They had a brownness maybe that was characteristic of Africa. And in that case, 2 black Arabians could give birth to a brown Arabian by virtue of incomplete dominance. So the few brown who were there produced, they were married, wedded together, and a black Arabian was allowed to marry one of these brown Arabians, and this was the marriage law that governed the process under Yacub. And this is how Yacub countered the law of segregation, the random selection of alleles passed to offspring. And so that's why I have this graph on display with the purple. So the dominant gene is blue, the recessive gene or allele is red. But in this case, the blending of the 2 will be purple. And this illustrates the positive assortative mating that Yacub allowed, the mating of 2 brown people, the brown being a blend to one degree or another of the black and the dominant and recessive gene producing a brown phenotype, and these brown persons were allowed to mate. Now, of course, as you see here, even when 2 brown persons mate, they still carry the dominant and recessive gene. So they are still beholden to the 3-1 ratio. If this randomly mating, the roll of the dice will produce a homozygous dominant, will produce another blue offspring. Twice the roll of the dice may produce brown offspring, and once, or at least heterozygous, and once will the roll of the dice from these 2 brown people produce homozygous. So Yacub's law enforced that only a black person and a brown person can mate, or 2 brown people can mate, and these are the ones who were the original nucleus of the breeding program of Mr. Yacub on the island of Patmos or Pelon. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions on that?
This is how. And so, example, the characteristic blue eyes that Yacub produced in the white man, that was the last stage. The blue eye is a homozygous recessive trait. Now, we have here the origin of the guilty blue eyes. The Holy Quran describes Yacub's offspring as guilty blue eyes, and the Prophet Muhammad described the blue eyes of white people as the eyes of Satan. Well, the blue eye is a homozygous recessive trait. Very important. The black man has always had the capacity to produce blue eyes. And as we will show, before the white man was born, we produced blue eyes.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to show that. Because we have that allele in us, that recessive allele in us, we've always had the capacity to produce that devil eye. But the dominant eye color is brown. So most of the human family has brown eyes because the brown allele is the dominant allele. And the only way you can produce the blue eye is in a homozygous recessive genome. And that's what the white man is, homozygous recessive. This particular, and as you see here, and we'll get to it, how one ancestor helped turn our brown eyes blue. Who is that one ancestor? Independent. Who is that one ancestor that turned brown eyes blue? No, not Abraham. Yacub, and the first blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned white man that was produced in Arabia. His birth was celebrated. The first white-skinned, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, because that's a constellation of traits. Those are three different traits. White skin, final stage white skin, blue eyes, blonde hair. Those are three distinct homozygous recessive traits that were selected for individually. And so when the first human who emerged in Pelon or Patmos with all three traits, his birth was celebrated. And we're going to get to that. But this is just an illustration of how that process works and how the blue eye, what Prophet Muhammad called the eyes of Satan, that's a homozygous recessive trait. It has to be selected for. Before Yacub, it was occasionally randomly selected for. So you had black-skinned people with blue eyes. That's a fact. But that was rare. And white people, the original batch of white people, characteristically had the blue eye because the blue eye was selected for in them. Does that make sense? So this is what happened on the island of Patmos or Pelon. That process of, or that technique of positive and negative assortative mating resulted in this. The original black Arabians on the island of Pelon, through that process, produced a brown population who would become known in history as Japanese. They were made right there on the island of Pelon. Japanese have they aren't homozygous receptive. They aren't totally homozygous receptive. They are a single stage away from the original man. So they tend to be darker. Their eyes, of course, it's not blonde, it's dark, except when it's gray, like brother here.
Mhm.
Dark eyes, dark hair. Once we had that population, continuing the process using the same method of positive and negative assortative mating, using that same method now among the isolated population of brown people. From there, when a brown person through incomplete dominance produces a lighter skin, and those lighter skin products are mated. Enough of that when you select for even lighter traits. That's how 200 years later we get a lighter version of the black or the brown man. The Chinese. The Chinese genotype is more recessive than the Japanese genotype. The Japanese genotype is more recessive than the original black man's genotype.
Mhm.
These two genotypes, the brown Japanese, and then from him, the yellow Chinese. Now the Chinese, note that while the Japanese has a more brown complexion, the Chinese has a more what they call sallow complexion. It's more yellow. It's not white. It's sallow. It's more yellow
Mhm.
than the brown complexion of the Japanese. The Chinese, now the more recessive genotype of the Chinese, still didn't reach the apex of recessiveness. Note that the Chinese, like the Japanese, like the Black Arabian, has dark hair. Now, the eyes of the Chinese can be lighter than the eyes of the Japanese, but they're not brown. And we're going to identify, we're going to be real specific, because I'm just giving a general overview. We're going to prove what we're saying, identifying the genes that were selected for and grafted. The Chinese genotype, more recessive, but Yacub's laborers are still using the method of negative and positive assortative mating.
Mhm.
So a brown and a yellow will be mated, but no two browns can mate. No two Japanese can mate. Only when a lighter, more recessive offspring happens to be born from two brown parents, that more lighter skin will be mated onto another lighter skin, or a brown and a accidental lighter skin will be married or mated, deliberately producing a more recessive population, offspring population, the sallow or yellow human, the Chinese. Does that make sense?
A little bit. I mean, yeah, I just have questions with the 200-year gaps of what happened to those other variations of humans. And then when we look at the Japanese and the Chinese, their eyes are more squinted shape. So I'm trying to understand what happened in those gaps to where for at least 400 years, the squinted eyes, it seems to keep coming out. And then by the time we're in phase 3 completely, it's just gone and you've got a white man with whiter eyes.
Right. The next slide, I'm actually going to address that.
Okay.
The next slide, I'm going to address that. Did you have another question?
No.
So from those original Black Arabians on the island of Patmos, through the process of positive and negative assortative mating, mating a black with a brown, pre-Japanese brown, incomplete dominance, mating a black and a brown or two browns, doing that for 100 years produced the Japanese race. Which, to your point, the Japanese brown man is not identical with the brown that were popping up from two Black Arabians that was the result of incomplete dominance. These were phenotypically different from the Japanese brown man. These were natural Arabians, Black Arabians, but they were brown complected because their alleles, the dominant allele, only partially inhibited, only partially expressed itself, or only partially inhibited the expression of the recessive allele. So you got this quasi blend or blend to various degrees of brownness, but these were brown skinned Black Arabians that were mated. But that process over 200 years of selective mating now selected for a combination of genes that produced the characteristic brown Japanese. And it's the combination of genes that we're going to look at. It's a combination of genes that separates the brown Japanese from that Black Arabian. It's a combination of genes that separates the Chinese from the Japanese, but more particularly, it's a combination of genes, or what I call a gene package, that separates the East Asian, and both Japanese and Chinese and Korean are East Asian. It's a combination of genes of what I call gene package, this characteristic of the East Asians, separating them from the Black Arabian. And it's a combination of genes, gene package, that identifies the Caucasian and separates the Caucasian from the East Asian and from the Black Arabian. So there's an East Asian gene package. There's a Caucasian gene package. We're going to go right to it.
Okay.
The East Asian gene package and the European gene package. The process, the 200 years, and especially the 400 years during which the brown Japanese and the yellow Chinese emerged through that selective process. That selective mating process produced the characteristic East Asian gene package, a group of recessive genes or alleles characteristic of the East Asian that separates him from the Black Arabian from which he emerged. These characteristic genes, these are the specific alleles that identify various attributes, phenotypic attributes of the East Asian, Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. And this specific package of genes, of alleles, that results in, they are recessive vis-a-vis the ancestral gene that's in the Black Arabians. They are recessive vis-a-vis those ancestor genes. And they separate the East Asian from the Black Arabian. It is these specific alleles listed. The MFS D12 allele, Y182H, the OCA2 allele, his 615 ARG. These are the alleles that are unique to East Asians, that are the product of that 200 and 400 year mating process that selected for certain traits. That selection produced this East Asian gene package. Does that make sense? Lost Sister Janita. So the process that took us from Black Arabian to East Asian is a mating process that breeded, selected for, and thus breeded out, isolated out, and gave expression to this group of recessive genes that are unique to East Asians and account for the East Asian phenotype. Does that make sense? I know we lost you for a second.
Yeah, sorry about that.
And from, so now, after 200 and then 400 years, the East Asian gene combination or package was isolated and grafted out, giving birth to the phenotype that is East Asian, both brown East Asian and yellow East Asian. Either brown or yellow skin, but still brown eyes and dark hair, but also slanty eyes. That's a different allele of a different gene. So the East Asian is the result of a particular set of recessive genes that were grafted out, selected for, isolated, and grafted out. And that combination of recessive genes produced the East Asian phenotype. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Including the eye structure. Okay. So now we have the East Asian, we have a population that is characterized by this East Asian gene package, this set of recessive alleles that produce this particular phenotype. From there, taking that population with the East Asian gene package and now employ positive and negative assortative mating. And you can select for and isolate even more recessive genes. The Caucasian that was produced 200 years later, they are characterized by a different gene package than the East Asians are. That's why they don't look alike. They are characterized by different gene packages. And while the East Asian gene package is recessive, those alleles are recessive vis-a-vis the ancestral genes of the Black Arabian, the East Asian genes or alleles are dominant vis-a-vis the European alleles. The European or Caucasian alleles. Applying the method of positive and negative assortative mating to this group, this isolated population of East Asians that have this particular gene package, applying those techniques to this group over another 200 years, selected for and isolated another more recessive set of alleles. These are the characteristic alleles, the gene package that identifies a true Caucasian. By true Caucasian, I mean the white skin, not yellow or sallow.
Mm-hmm.
The Chinese, the white skin, the blue eye, and the blonde hair. These are the specific alleles, genes that were selected for, isolated, and grafted out, producing this human being. This is the Caucasian or the European gene package that Mr. Yacub had a vision of when he saw that there were two people, that there was a second human being inside the genome of the Black man, and that if he would isolate it and graft it out to its fullest extent, he would make a people totally unlike his people. And so the gene package, not just one gene, white skin, no, the full gene package that is characteristic, is the signature of the true Caucasian. The true Caucasian is a homozygous recessive being. He's a collection of recessive alleles. He is at the opposite end of where we started. His particular gene package there at the bottom is the opposite of the gene package characteristic of the original Black Arabian. Now, all of those alleles that are the signature of the Caucasian, they existed in that Black Arabian up top.
Right.
What all of these alleles, this European gene package existed in that Black Arabian, just as the East Asian gene package existed in the Arabian. But they had to be selected for and grafted out. So that Caucasian, that Black Arabian up top, that's heterozygous. He got the dominant and the recessive gene. That Caucasian on the bottom, that's homozygous recessive. Behold, Tamaho, the created white man, behold, the homozygous recessive human being. Now, I want to say this, and I'm going to pitch this to some questions. This, I want us to get, it's very important that you understand what we're saying here in terms of the East Asian gene package and then European gene package. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, there's a couple people who said that they're a little confused, but it looks like the majority of people are understanding. So if anyone's confused,
those are who are confused. Are they saying, do they have a question?
There's so many comments now. I just see someone that said I'm confused, and then I see question marks. So if you have any clarifying questions for those of you who are confused, please let me know. And so, in the meantime, share, because we are in 3.5 hours now.
We're already at 3.5 hours?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Almost 40 minutes, yeah.
Oh, wow. And I didn't. Okay. So we got so much. So this is the science of Yacub. So let me do it like this. So it's very important that we understand the distinctiveness of the Caucasian gene package, its combination of alleles, its combination of genes, homozygous recessive. There's something about this homozygous receptive or recessive population, the Caucasian, at his birth, was the first homozygous recessive population. That's what's important. He was the first homozygous recessive population. He was the combination of recessive traits, the most recessive traits. His gene package was more recessive than the East Asian gene package. The East Asian gene package was more recessive than the Black Arabian heterozygous gene package. That white man, that pale skin, blue-eyed, blonde-haired white man was a unique phenomenon on this earth. And this is why the ancient Egyptians tagged them with the designation Tamaho, the created white man, because there's nothing natural about that gene package. There is nothing natural in the law of segregation. Normal mating practices cannot give us random mating, cannot give us the specific gene package that is the signature of the pale-skinned, blue-eyed, blonde-haired white man. The only way that gene package could emerge as a population group on this earth is through the process of targeted selection. The Caucasian is the end product of targeted selection, assortative mating, positive and negative. Now, let me say this. We in our supreme lessons, we are asked tell us what and how the devil is made. The devil is made from the original people by grafting, by separating the germs. In the black man, there exists two germs. One, a black germ, and one, a brown germ. Yacub, with his law on birth control, separated the brown germ from the black man and grafted it into a white by destroying the black germ. Now look, after following this process for 600 years, the germ became white and weak, and was no more original. And by thinning the original blood, it became weak and wicked and no more the same. Thus, this is the way Yacub made devil. Now look at this. You might be tempted to say, isn't that black supremacy, Brother Dr. Wesley? Isn't that just racism? You are saying that white people are genetically weaker than black people. Is that what you're saying, Dr. Wesley? Yes, that's what I'm saying. You are saying that white people are genetically wicked? Is that what you are saying, Brother Dr. Wesley? Yes, that is what I'm saying. Why, Brother Wesley, would you add, would your teachings, meaning not my teachings, but the teachings that I bear witness to the truth of, the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the Supreme Wisdom, why would you take it a step further and suggest that the Caucasian gene package is weak and wicked? Why would you go that far? Well, because it's scientific fact. Because as Fox News announces, and we have the report that they are talking about, white Americans are both genetically weaker and less diverse than their black compatriots, a Cornell University-led study finds. It says that also Europeans had more harmful mutations than Africans. The gene package selected for that produced white people, it did not just produce genes that coded for blue eyes, pale skin, or recessive blue eyes, recessive pale skin, and recessive blue hair. But that gene package was also a very sick, it's a weaker genome than their father, the black man, and mother, the black woman. But it's wicked in the sense that it is diseased. And so the white man as the planet's first homozygous recessive population. His gene package is an assortment of all of these recessive traits to the extreme. It makes the white man not only genetically weaker, but as it says, his mutations, he is a sum total of harmful mutations. And so the recessive, homozygous recessive genome of white people is a very diseased genome. For example, cystic fibrosis is the most common genetic disease among Europeans. Did you know that?
No.
Cystic fibrosis is the most common disease among white people. Cystic fibrosis is a characteristically homozygous recessive mutation. And because white people are a homozygous recessive people, they are characterized by all of these homozygous recessive diseases such as, or disorders such as cystic fibrosis, such as female ketonuria, PKU. PKU is an autosomal recessive condition, a condition that leads to severe mental retardation, brain disorders. This too is a homozygous disorder, homozygous recessive disorder that is characteristic of white people. So when we say the white man's genome makes him weak and wicked, it is weak and wicked in one sense. One of the senses we're talking about is the mutations are very harmful mutations. He has a very harmful genome. This is why when he came to these shores in North and South America, he brought diseases that the native people didn't have. And therefore the native people didn't have any immunity and couldn't withstand them, but these were diseases native to his homozygous recessive genotype. So whites are genetically weaker and genetically wicked, not because they have white skin. That's the point. What makes the Caucasian a Caucasian is not just his white skin. That's why the connection between a white man and a black or albino only goes so far. And albino is not a Caucasian. Albinos born in Africa, they aren't Caucasians. They don't have the gene package that is characteristic of the Caucasian. They have, for various reasons, a broken pigmentation system. But what makes a Caucasian is his unique gene package. The Caucasian is the world's unique homozygous recessive human being.
We have a question from Ron G. He says, is the white man we see today the result of what came out of the caves or the original of what Yacub produced?
So after that first, the first white man with that unique genetic signature, gene package, pale skin, blue eyes, blonde hair.
Mhm.
That first one that was born, he was celebrated. And in fact, his particular, the pieces of the genetic code of that very first homozygous recessive human being, that first pale-skinned, blue-eyed, blonde-haired white man that was born, that atom, a piece of his genetic code 6,000 years ago, exists today in every blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned human being. We got the reports that there's a piece, the scientists are so for example, the earlier paper I quoted that said there was one man responsible for turning brown eyes to blue. And we got the other reports, there's one man, there's one ancestor to all blonde-haired, blue-eyed people. The reason they can say that is because the mitochondrial DNA evidence identified that every blonde-haired, blue-eyed, white-skinned individual has a piece of genetic coding, mitochondrial DNA coding that goes back to one man, goes back to the ancestor of all of them. That piece of coding, Adam's coding, exists in the true Caucasians to this day. So after that original group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed Caucasian whites were produced, they were allowed back into Arabia now. And they started causing trouble in Arabia. They were rounded up and they were kicked out of Black Arabia. They were stripped of everything, the clothing, stripped of everything except the language. They were made naked and made to march into the caves and hillsides of Europe. And they fell savage. Now, today, blonde hair, blue eyes, white skin doesn't predominate among white people. You probably have more brunettes than blondes among whites.
Mhm.
Whites intermix in Europe. The whites that were driven to Europe, and I have to say this, when the whites were driven to Europe 6,000 years ago, you know what they encountered there? There was already, the white man is not the true European. He's not indigenous to Europe. When he was driven to Europe, he encountered a population. You want to see the European population that he encountered?
Yeah.
The Never You Mind, is that up yet?
Yeah, it is.
Never you mind those images on the left. That's a white man's continued deception. what he encountered was or looked like those black-skinned, blue-eyed people on the right. How do we know? Because Labrana man tells us so. Who is Labrana man? 7,000-year-old skeleton that represents the dominant or a dominant genotype that existed in Europe 7,000 years ago. The genetic evidence of the Labrana man, the skeleton and genetic evidence found in northern Spain. The genetic evidence indicates that Labrana man had the African genes, African alleles for black skin, but also the specific OCA2 allele for blue eyes. So Labrana man of 7,000 years ago, who was not unique, he represented the population of ancient Britain 7,000 years ago. Scandinavia, the population of Europe, a large part of it looked like this. Black skin, like a normal African or Black Arabian, but with blue eyes. This is what, because the color of the skin and the color of the eyes, the process is related, but they are distinct. They're different gene combinations. So the whole idea of blacks going into Europe, getting cold, having to lose skin in order to produce vitamin D from the limited ultraviolet B light available during Ice Age Europe, and then turning into the Caucasian, that's ridiculous. Because not only does that not account for white skin, it doesn't. We'll get to that. But white skin and blue eyes are distinct. And then blonde hair is distinct. Nothing about the vitamin D hypothesis that Vlad invoked from the science guy. Hell not. None of the vitamin D hypothesis cannot account for the specific Caucasian package. Minimal sunlight doesn't produce the Caucasian package. Only selective breeding can produce the Caucasian package. So this is what the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned Caucasian met in many places in Europe. Now, Europe was black before the Caucasian was driven there. All of the evidence proves that for 39,000 years, Europe was black. When the Africans migrated to Europe 45,000 years ago, they remained black for 39,000 years. If during all the ice ages, this is why you know, as I say here, the vitamin D hypothesis is dead, Vlad. The vitamin D hypothesis does not, because it cannot make sense of the uniqueness of the Caucasian. The vitamin D hypothesis, the nail is put in its coffin because Europe was black for 39,000 years. if low sunlight and limited UVB radiation was going to trigger a depigmentation process. It never did it in 39,000 years throughout all the ice ages. So the vitamin D hypothesis is bunk.
Oh, wow.
It's bunk. Any questions?
Earlier, you stated that whites were not humans. Is it because of the homogeneous recessive traits, that package, that makes them not human?
They are the first homozygous recessive
Homozygous,
human
yes.
group. And being their genome being a constellation of recessive traits, harmful recessive traits, harmful to themselves and harmful to those whom they encounter, like the Native Americans who encountered the white man and encountered his diseases, and it killed them off. So Sister Destiny asked what eventually happened to the black people in Europe. They were conquered and killed. There's still pockets of these black peoples in Russia and in other parts of Europe, but their gene pool was wiped out. The takeover happened after. Now, they still thrive. Black Europe still thrived for 2,000 years after the white man was driven into Europe, because he was driven into the caves of Europe. The caves of the Caucasus Mountains in particular was a prison for him. And so civilization on the plains, black, we call old European civilization, when Gimbutas, these scholars reference old Europe, that's code for black Europe. Black Europe, black European civilization thrives still for 2,000 years after the new white man was driven to Europe, because he was confined to the caves. He fell into complete beasthood. And that's the origin of the monkey. That's the origin. After 2,000 years, peace, God, JLF. After 2,000 years of savagery, Black Europe was able to do what it do. But then Moses was sent to the caves to lift up, to civilize the Caucasian. The group of whites who listened to Moses and got civilized, they bust out of the caves of Europe and spread death all over the planet. That was the first pale horse that went around the globe spreading death in the 2000 BC. You see this burst of whites bursting out of the Caucasus Mountains region, raining death on the global population. And the first place they went was Black Europe. And so Black Europe, Sister Destiny, was wiped out. Small pockets exist today. They were driven in isolated areas. They were driven.
Brother Winford wants to. Oh, go ahead.
Black
Sorry.
Europe was decimated. No, go ahead.
We had another question. Brother Winford wanted to know, ask him, are there a certain selection that lived that produced these blue eyes?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question. Is there a certain selection
That lived that produced these blue eyes?
Yes, the blue eyes. Yes. So I'll go back. I showed that. So let's go back. We can pinpoint.
Someone said, are they the people mad at Nick Cannon?
So, but Brother Winfrey, do you see line 2 says blue eyes? The HER2, OCA2 Leo, RS18000404. That is the specific recessive allele selected for blue eyes. That's the blue eye gene, the blue eye allele. That's the part of the European gene package. Note that's not part of the East Asian gene package. But you see, the East Asian has the ACA2 allele or gene, but a different variant, a different allele. That's why the East Asian still has brown eyes. The Caucasian has a unique AOCA2 allele. That specific allele RS18000404 that produces his blue eye. Yes, that was selected for. Was that your question, Brother Winfred?
Yes. Huh. I just thought blue eyes actually don't occur among Asian populations, correct? Unless
that is correct.
Yeah. And so really they mostly are among white individuals, and then we've seen them among black individuals. I know there's I think an indigenous tribe in Australia where they have naturally blonde hair, very dark skin, and naturally blue eyes.
Because every recessive gene is in the black man. The black man is heterozygous.
Right.
We have the dominant, but we have all of those recessive genes. We got them in us. So that's why I showed that black skin, blue-eyed European 1,000 years before Yacub's man. We have, by the law of segregation, randomly gave birth to individuals who have a particular trait, have blonde hair, black people with blonde hair, or black people with blue eyes. The Caucasian is, his signature is his gene package. His signature is his combination and full expression of the combination at once in one people. That's what is made to that's what makes the European distinct. Brother Winfrey said I was referring to the original black man having the blue eyes. Was that produced in abundance among us, heavily or deliberately? Now, that's actually a very great question that I don't have the answer to. The answer I do have is, according to the genetics of pre-Caucasian Europe, that phenotype of black skin, blue eyes was not unique to Labrana man, that ancient ancient Britain at that time, you find the same thing. So it was widespread in areas of Europe. So I don't know, Brother Winford. So great. Was that selected for? I don't know the answer to that. It's a great question. I don't know.
So we have a few different options that we could do right now. We could continue to answer questions because we have quite a bit. That's one. Second, we could bring on some of our Patreon so they can ask questions live. And the third option would be to talk about Jacob and the biblical references. We also do have some questions about Moses, wanting to know about if Moses was white or anything. But I feel like you were going to probably answer that within that section.
So for those who would indulge me, I know I have abused your time. 4 hours. Wow. There are two things. There's two more pieces that I would like to get out before we leave. So whoever stays with us, I don't know what our numbers still reasonably high. Whoever would stay with us, there's two more points I want to prove that Yacub is the God of the white man, because we want to prove not just the process, but the person. Yacub is the God of the white man. We can prove that, and I want to prove that today. I want to prove what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, that and what we said earlier, that the monkey is the white man's brother, that the ape species is a degenerate white man. He's not. Damn. Is that on you? Is that Brother Warner? Is that collective or that's just on YouTube?
We have over 1,000 people tuned in right now. Well, you know, this is why I be saying that when you come to this show, this is like going to the club where you just get all this adrenaline. I'm serious, because most people, if the topic's not good, there's no way thousands of people are going to be tuning in for 4 hours. No.
And
not at all.
We have Patreons who want to ask questions. Want to come on and ask questions. Let's take some.
Just a friendly reminder to those who are our Patreon, please go to the site and then sign in that way, and we'll bring you on. And then a couple of you are asking how you can donate, and the best way is to become a Patreon. So if you go to dothematthtv.patreon, you will be able to donate and help us go. Shout out to Jay Electronica, who says, if you have to build 4 more hours, build. All right.
Please.
Yeah.
I'm getting to the critical piece. I want Yacub is the God of the white man. You can prove that. The monkey is the descendant of the white man. We're going to prove that. And just for the record, we also have the evidence in our slides that the time frame that the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said the white man is only 6,000 years old. His mitochondrial DNA evidence, his chromosomal DNA evidence, Y chromosomal DNA evidence, all bear witness. He is only 6,000 years old. I have the scientific data and report. But I will close on, after we get our Patreons, on these 2 points. I want to end it on that note. On the white man is the monkey's uncle. The monkey ain't the black man's father. The white man is the monkey's uncle. And we're going to close it with Yacub, the man. Yacub, as the father of the white race, is the God of the white race. I want to close out, Allah willing, proving that point.
Mm-hmm.
So do we have, yes, the Dante 3X, I have every intention. I came to build on the monkey business. So
do we have any Patreons that want to come on? Two questions.
Okay.
So if we don't have any Patreons come on, we could have about one guest come on. Maybe Petrolia, is that how you pronounce your name? Since you're a biology teacher?
Come on live and ask your question.
This is your chance. Ask Dr. Wesley directly.
If you want to come on live and ask your question, you can do so. If not, so Sister Petrolia, yes, you can just ask your.
Oh, here we go. We'll post the link to donate, but if you look at the bottom of the screen, you'll see that it's patreon.com/dothematthtv. So you could also go there. But also, I think it's amazing that you all want to support the work that Do the Math is about with Dr. Wesley. This is very appreciated. Pamela, are you ready? Also go there. But also, I think it's amazing that you all want to support the work that Do the Math is about with Dr. Wesley. This is very appreciated. Oh, so I think we're having some echo. So for those of you that join us live, I'm going to ask you to please mute your YouTube or your Facebook channel. So if you have two screens going open, mute that one and only talk to us on the device that you are on so we don't get that echo.
Brother Tommy Muhammad, assalamu alaikum.
Tommy's one of our Patreons.
This guy looks like he's muted.
You want to unmute yourself and make sure that if you have us playing in the back that you mute that.
Now we hear the black guy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm the brother who met you at Savior's Day and bought 2 of your books all at once.
I appreciate you, Brother Tommy. Thank you, Black God.
Praise be to Allah. I've been watching
your support is not trivialized by me.
Oh no, sir. I have not only have your 2 pot plot books, I have 2 of your Assault on the Black Man books, and I have about 7 or 8 of your other books as well, just so that I can continue my studies. Because, like you said, you know, to take your work in, you have to be qualified by being a studier and a reader. So I've definitely invested in quite a bit of your work, and I've used it with my friends that aren't Muslim to kind of let them know more about how original Islam is as it relates to all of it's the father and mother religions to all the other religions, and proven by your work. And I thank Allah for you to be able to give me that foundational knowledge so that they can know why I've been a Muslim for like 25 years, because of the truth and the science behind Islam.
Praise belongs to Allah. Thank you for that, Brother Tommy.
Yes, sir. My question is, I've also, you know, when I joined the Nation of Islam in about 92, you know, the nation we had, Paul Guthrie made that book called The Making of the White Man. And that book was recommended by the Honorable Louis Farrakhan at the time to get as a means of proving, you know, that the white man is a made man. And it had a lot of references in it that were, it wasn't as scientific as your reference, but it had to do with a lot of the mythology and the historical mythology and other other
It was a great book.
Other books. It's a great book. However, like Paul Guthrie did a total 360-degree change. And I had questioned that when I heard his comments as it relates to the teaching of Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the truths in which we were given concerning Master Farad Muhammad, Allah, and the person. And I wanted to get your perspective, and because of the awesome information that you shared with us was very scientific. That is a major difference in Paul Guthrie's work. His was, like I said, mythological and historical. He took a lot of myths from different cultures of antiquity, which was valid. It was valid. But yours is very, very scientific. How do you feel about that as it relates to Paul Guthrie's work? I know it's an awesome work, and I still use it as a reference, but your work is it's a predominant work right now, So that's what's your take on that?
He must be getting the book. He's about to drop something.
So yeah. 100. It's a 100-page book with 144 footnotes.
Yes, sir. That's right.
At the time, At the time, it was quite mind-blowing. Even for me, this was
very informative.
Certainly a great book at the time, and it's valuable today. Now, you won't be able to find it today because Paul Guthrie, the author of it, if he gets wind that this book is being sold anywhere, he calls to try to get it shut down. He disavows this book. This is what he told me.
Wow.
Paul Guthrie disavows this book he wrote. He said to me that when he first wrote it, he had planned to follow it up with a volume 2 with even more information.
Yes, sir.
But along the way, he had his whatever Pauline experience, whatever road to Damascus experience he had. So he abandoned the teaching. He repudiates this book and he doesn't want it circulating at all now. So, but to your question. So, this is for 100 pages and 100 footnotes, this is a good primer. This is how I would describe it.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Primer. It's interesting. It's good. Primer. It's an appetizer. It's a good appetizer. It does not. It does go into the science, and even in terms of the universal traditions. There's some great ones he highlights, but there's some even greater ones. By greater, I mean with even more detailed consonants, agreement.
Yes, sir.
To the details of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. It aren't in here, but with all of that, this, my 2020 assessment with everything into account, this book is still a great primer. It's a great appetizer. It's not going to prove the breadth of the story, the history of Yacub and the making of the white man and everything that entails, the birth of the monkey.
Yes, sir.
The reality of Yacub. Of course, you aren't going to get that in here, but as a primer, if this is your first, if you're incredulous, you don't believe that, if you read this, it will make you,
Exactly.
And then once you are, then you can come see me.
That's right. That's right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Praise be to Allah. Praise be to. Question: will there be a manual similar to the one you did with Michael Jackson, or will there be a book on this as well?
There's going to be a book.
Yes, sir. I would love to have.
On
Yes, sir.
Yacub and the making of the white man.
That's right.
Like
Praise
I
be
said, we're ending the mockery.
That's right. That's
this
right.
most important teaching. And you know me, I'm a writer. That's why to fully benefit from me, you got to be a reader. Because even doing this, you're going on 5 hours and I'm talking, but
Yes,
when the book drops, that's when the book drops, then that's the final end to the conversation of dismissal.
That's the nail in the coffin.
There will be a book.
Thank you, brother doctor.
Thank you, brother Tommy. I appreciate you, Black God.
Thank you. Do the math. All praise is due to Allah, and may Allah continue to bless you with success, Sister Janita and brother Dr. Wesley.
Thank you so much.
Sister
Hi, Pamela. Welcome.
Hi, assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Wa alaikum salam, ma'am. Yes.
Great. I hope that you do a part 2 because I have a lot of questions. But I just want to ask for clarity that we had the Asian package and the white man package hidden in our phenotype. Okay.
Genotype. Yeah.
Genotype. Okay. And then when we left the island of Palan, did we as Black people leave or did we die off? Because it seemed like the Asians left and went to Asia and white people went to Europe.
So, very great question. There's an aspect of the history that I have not recited yet.
Okay.
Yacub's method involved both selective breeding and selective murder. So, if a Black child, because going back to, so, hope we can. Is that up? Is that screen up?
No. Oh, now it's coming.
Putting that screen up doesn't knock Sister Pamela off. Okay, so everybody can see. There we go. Can you see that, Sister Pamela?
Yes, sir. I can see it.
All right. Praise belongs to Allah. So, I said that Yacub's program involved both selective breeding and selective murder, which is the reason Black Arabians totally disappeared on the island. But every successive group disappeared because in each generation, selective breeding was coupled with selective murder. Excuse me, what do I mean? Yacub left his laborers instructions. His laborers being doctors, nurses, ministers, crewmen. When a Black baby, if two parents, either a black and a brown parent or two brown parents. This is the initial population, not the brown Japanese, but the brown Black Arabian. You know, the whole incomplete dominance piece that we did. If they gave birth to a black child, Yacub gave instructions to take that child from mother and kill it. Lie to the mother, saying that your baby was an angel baby and it went to heaven. If that black and brown couple or brown couple gave birth to a brown or lighter child, that brown or lighter child would be treated as a blessing, would be given special treatment. So in each generation, there was what's called a culling of the darker children, dark-skinned babies, and dark is relative to each generation. So, for example, in phase 3, the 2,000 years that produced the Chinese, if during that time any of those unions produced a brown child, because there's still some of that dominant allele in some of the families, if a brown child is produced during phase 3, and he's killed. So the selective breeding of progressively recessive trait was always coupled with the continued murder of any brown phenotype baby or dark phenotype baby that would be born. Reason I put this slide up, because you see here you have what the two purple parents, even though, and I compare those purple, the blend between the black, between the blue and the red, between the dominant and recessive, we have here incomplete dominant, so brown skinned parents, but they can still give birth to that blue child. These two purple parents can still give birth to that blue child. But if such a blue child would be born, he would be killed. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So that's what happened to in each generation. There was a culling of the dark population. That's why the white man has a murderous hatred for black people in his nature. This is why. That's why I said in the beginning, black people have to know this in order to know what we're dealing with white people. Going back to the George Floyd murder, a man hearing and participating in that slow, painful death in front of everybody, and you see his demeanor. He had no conscience, nothing that was going on, nothing that he was doing to that human being, nothing, none of the cries, nothing at all pulled any emotional strings in that man, because murderous hatred for black people was grafted into the nature of this man. So because the selective breeding was coupled with selective murder, that's why no dark population was able to survive over there.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, man. So Brother Tyrone is asking about Jews and their connection to the Father have I'm closing with that discussion. And Jews genetically different from Gentiles in any way, and why do they look weaker physically but dominate the Gentiles and everyone else for that matter? Yes, genetically, the Jew is weaker than the Alpine, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned Gentile, Alpine. The Jew is smaller, is genetically weaker. Brother Tyrone Nash, and he's right. How then are they able to rule over Gentiles, which they always do? It's because what separates the Jew from the Gentile, when Moses, after 2,000 years, white folks fell into the state of savagery and bestiality. And then Moses was sent to them to raise them up. He had a hard time, Moses. He had a hard time civilizing the savage. Most whites did not give ear to Moses' teaching. But there was a group who gave keen ear to Moses, learned the lessons that Moses taught. That group of whites from the caves that paid more attention than the other whites, that's the Jew. That's what separates the Jew from the Gentile. The Jew is a white caveman that listened more to Moses than the other white caveman. The other white caveman is a Gentile. Black people, stop calling yourself Gentile. The Gentile is the white caveman that paid less attention to Moses in the cave. Jews are the white caveman that paid more attention to Moses. And because they learned more of the lessons that Moses was sent there to teach them, lessons on how to rule the original man, the lessons of tricknology, Jews represent that group of people who listen more keenly. And so they have the science of ruling the original man, who is God, which is why it's very easy for them to rule their Gentile brother. So
Petrolia says, in the DNA map, E1B1A represents the Negro and the lineage of Jacob, Esau's brother. Can you help shed light on this Hebrew knowledge?
Well, I don't know that to be the case when you bring in Esau. I'm with you with the E1B1A in the so-called Negro phenotype. But when you then go and say the lineage of Jacob, Esau's brother, how are you identifying the lineage of Jacob? Jacob,
well,
as
if you,
no, go ahead.
I was going to say, Miss Petrolia, if you check your inbox, we have the link for you to actually come on. So if you check them, you could clarify what you're asking.
So understand. So this language, lineage of Jacob. Jacob is Yacub. And then you say Esau's what? Jacob is Yacub.
Okay.
We'll get to that. Jacob was a black man. Now, he manufactured the white man. And the Jew who bears his name, both the name Yacub, we'll get to that, and the name Israel, the Jew carries his name more than his Gentile brother personified in Esau. But when you marry that to a discussion of E1B1A, I'm at a loss to see. That's why I need to understand what you mean by lineage of Jacob.
I think most of us, well, I won't say most of us, a few of us probably don't even know what B1A1 is.
Genetic signature, African, a particular African signature, no, so-called Negro, but it's one of the genetic signatures identifying African and African phenotype. Okay, so any others want to come on? If not, we will. So,
I think she's coming on. I don't know if we want to give like a minute or two and then, or just move on.
oh no, of course, if she certainly. She says her phone.
Oh, your phone went out?
And now.
Okay, look, Janita, can you look in the private chat? There's a question from one of our Patreons. Eric Harris has a question.
I don't see. Okay, I think this is it. Assalamu alaikum. I love you, brother. I'm 48. My son is 26. He loves you so much. He has a bucket list, and besides the Messiah, he wants to meet you. You're straight from Allah, brother. Will you be translating a Bible and Quran for us? And has the Messiah spoke on our eventual separation? I'm ready to go, brother. Thank you for your mind and your sacrifice.
Praise belongs to Allah. Thank you, sir. I love and appreciate you. Those are both two very easy questions. Absolutely not to the first question, and absolutely to the second question. No, sir, I will not be translating out of their original tongues, diligently compare and revise the word of God. No, I will not be attempting to translate Bible or Quran, other than in the passages that I use. I tend to offer my own translations from them because I was forced as part of my doctoral program to learn biblical Hebrew and Arabic. So the verses that I lift do tend to have some of my own drawn up in them, but I will not be translating any books, no. And absolutely, the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan is teaching us and guiding us on separation, and he has deputized or commissioned his national spokesperson, Sister Dr. Ava Muhammad, to go around the country to hold in the community town hall meetings on separation, taking a pulse of the people on separation and educating the people and getting our people ready for separation, because I and we, excuse me, we with you, brother. We want to get out of here. So, okay. So, let's do this. So, I'm going to hit 2 points, and then we're going to go home. I'm already home. And y'all too, if y'all sheltering in place, but you know what I mean. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the white man in the caves of Europe after Moses was sent to them. Some of them, those who listened to Moses, they got the bright idea of trying to graft themselves back into black. And they went through a process, and the honor that resulted in the monkey or the primate, one of the primate species. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the monkeys and chimpanzee, that came with the white man, that they were cursed. And part of their descent into bestiality, climbing on trees, running around on all fours, that extended their arm proportions, like the ape. They spent so much time in the trees, eventually they devolved so far. The result was monkeys. Now, y'all say that's crazy. It's in the Quran. Muhammad in Surah 7, Prophet Muhammad reminds the Jews of Medina, I believe, but the Jews that he's dealing with, he warns them, the Jews of his day, of what happened to their ancestors when God cursed them to be apes. And so it said, the Quran says, be apes, repel. Muhammad is telling the Jews, reminding them that they should submit to Islam because your ancestors, remember your ancestors, Jews, were cursed to become apes. In the Mayan Popol Vuh, a Mayan scripture, that scripture too describes what they call the third root race. This human population that was destroyed, but a remnant of that human population was made to roam the forest as monkeys. Here's the Quran and here's the Mayan Popol Vuh that both bear witness that this people is the ancestor of the monkey. Now, what say you, Mr. Jew?
Are you pulling something up?
I am.
Oh, okay. Well, you pull that up. We did get another question from Destiny. She said, did any of Yacub's followers get hip to what he was doing, aka murder, and tried to challenge him? I can't see how his followers would be okay with what he was doing.
Great question, but one that I have no answer too. The only thing our lessons tell us that Yacub's followers, especially his laborers, followed Yacub's instruction to the T. And we are told in here that Yacub didn't build any prisons for his people. That anyone who did not obey any of his instructions, off with your head, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said. So I imagine that from that maybe some did, and off with their head they were killed, and that others learned from that. And so there weren't, I imagine there wasn't too many rebels on the island of Pelon. So can you guys see our screen? I don't see it up yet.
Yes.
So we have the Quranic testimony. We have the Mayan testimony that this people, as part of their punishment, were made into apes or made into monkeys. I think we all should get acquainted with Dr. Sergei Voronov, a French surgeon and director of the prestigious, he died in 1951, director of the prestigious College de France. And Dr. Voronov is a Russian Jew. Now, Dr. Voronov is the author of that book right there, Rejuvenation by Grafting. This Jew wrote a whole book on grafting, the very process that brought his people into existence. Now, this Dr. Sergei Voronov is a very important figure. He went around Europe. He started a craze. He offered a mechanism to rejuvenate lethargic white civilization, in particular white males. His rejuvenation program involved grafting testicles from chimpanzees into aging white men to rejuvenate them. Why were you grafting testicular tissue from apes into white men to rejuvenate them, Dr. Sergei Voronov? Because this man, this Russian Jew, this high scientist of his day, admitted explicitly that apes are his peoples. He's very specific, white people. That apes are white people's blood brothers. But more than that, Dr. Voronov said that the ape, the orangutan, the chimpanzee, the gibbon, that these apes are the younger brother of white people. And he was not lying, because as we discussed earlier, the evidence does not support the idea that man evolved from apes. the evidence supports the finding that apes devolved from humans. And in this particular case, the specific human is his people. He is not Dr. Sergei Voronov knew of what he spoke, that the chimpanzee is the younger blood brother of his white people.
Mm-hmm.
And so this video in 60 Minutes did their story on this family out of Turkey, a whole family that walks on all four limbs. Well, not the whole family, 5 of the children. There were, I believe, 11 children. But they are genetically predisposed, these 5 children, to literally walking on all fours like primates, and the scientists who studied them have concluded they called their condition Unatan syndrome. And what they say is these 5 children from this Turkish family, they're walking on all 4 limbs as an activistic, meaning a reversion to a genetic inheritance. That this is today. This family is today.
Oh, wow.
But their condition, the reports of them were written in 2007. Their condition is a genetic condition in which they have regressed, devolved to an earlier state of their particular ancestry. And this is when their people were on all fours in the caves. But what's interesting about Unatan syndrome that afflicted this white family is this genetic mutation results not only in these modern humans walking for life on all fours like a primate, but also these modern humans, they have the cognitive deficiency and speech deficiency like primates also. So what we are looking at in this family is exactly how the monkey family evolved genetically from white humans. They are a sign of how that happened. The Honorable
Is this real?
It's very real. This is a scientific report. So I'm going to.
Yeah, I was trying to read the top of it. I can't see it.
I will help you out with the. So, that point. Regarding the family from Turkey and the Unatan syndrome, to get this report from the Open Neurology Journal 2010 by Unatan. The syndrome is named after him because he studied this family.
Mm-hmm.
regarding, now before I speak on this, let me quote the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who told us that the monkey evolved from white people. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says, monkeys and apes were made out of him. He says they even, white people, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, before he left, he says, they even grew animal tails. They tell me around hospitals that some of them are still born with monkey tails. Monkey is his brother. The only difference is that one is civilized and the other one is uncivilized. That is a curse our people put on those of them who refuse to listen to Moses. They made him a monkey and made him to eat swine flesh. And he's called apes and swine in the Holy Quran. Now, I want to emphasize a number of things.
Mm-hmm.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us, the world, that the monkey came from the white man. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us that the white man, as a result of that, is frequently born with tails. At the time the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said these words, he mentions that he's personally told this in hospitals. But at that time in 1970, there were no reports of it. No scientific reports like we have now. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad revealed a secret of the white man. There was a bona fide secret. Now, this is a real condition. These true, and I would direct everybody to BMJ case reports, biomedical journal case reports, 2012. Report by Dr. Jimmy Shadden Wakish Bishwas, an infant with a caudal appendage. Now, in scientific literature, they distinguish between a pseudo-human tail and a true human tail. They both are expended appendages or extensions coming out of the butt area of white people, but the so-called pseudo-human tail, like the one on the left, doesn't have, they say, movement. The white person can't control it like, make it move like an actual tail on an animal can. However, the true human tail, like the one on the right, on that baby, that's a true human tail. And that caudal appendage, is a vestigial tail. It's a vestige from an earlier time of white people when they had tails. But every now and then, a white child will be born and he will be born with a tail reverting to an earlier state of existence. This true human tail, the scientists now tell us, this true caudal appendage is a remnant of an ancestral form. So white people are born with both pseudo tails and true tails. It's a true human tail, because it can be moved. Versus the pseudo tail, you can't move it or manipulate it like an animal manipulates its tail. But in this true human tail, the human can, at least theoretically, wag it. The pseudo tail can't be wagged, but the true tail can be wagged, at least theoretically. Any questions on that before I move to the final discussion?
Have Black people ever been born with tails, or any biracial people?
So, yes. When you said biracial, the only, hold on. The only cases of Black people that I've seen in any of these reports are always Indians from the subcontinent of India, which makes all the sense in the world, because as I document in this book, Religion of the Black God, Ended Sacred Science in India, and as I have said on many occasions, the brown Indian, the Brahmin, that's a peculiar human group. The brown Hindu, the Brahmin, versus the Black Dalit, the Black outcast of India, the Sudra, the brown-skinned Hindu, the Brahmin. That's a very peculiar people, because they are literally the progeny of the white Aryans, the Alpine whites, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned group that went up into India. Mm-hmm. And they produced progeny from the Black Sudra or Black Dravidian women. So the brown Brahmin is the seed of the white Aryan planted in the Black Sudra woman. The brown Brahmin tends to be as an even more hateful of Black people than a white European. That's because he is the seed and the brainchild of his father, that Aryan, that caused so much devastation among Black India. So I'm not surprised when I see in these reports on this Hardo appendix, this true human tale, the only pigmented pictures are pictures of these brown Indians. They have that inheritance from their Aryan father. So they have the gene that makes it possible for them to revert or have offspring that activistically reverts to this human tale.
Thank you. And then we have Reggie wants to know, hey, I'm a big fan of the show, long time. Oh, there we go. And have talked to Janita via Facebook a few times. I want to ask Dr. Wesley, do the pyramids in Egypt have any correlation to the wheel?
To the wheel?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't have anything to offer in that regard. Before I move to Yacub, I want to show us this. I'm not going to, Yacub the man, and close out. But I want to drop this on you. I said that Europeans, the Caucasian, the true Caucasian, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned Alpine, that each of them carry in their genetic makeup a piece of the genome of their first father, the Adam, that was born in Pelon, the first specimen born with, this Caucasian, specific, peculiar Caucasian package. They have a haplotype H segment that is traced, a mitochondrial DNA segment that is traced back to that initial Adam. And I said that when that Adam was born, he was celebrated. His birth was celebrated in stone. You want to see a picture of that? A picture of the celebration of the first white man, Caucasian, after his scientific creation. I'm not going to be able to get into detail, though I intended to, but we are so late.
I know. I think we might have to do a part 2.
Well, yeah, we'll definitely do that. But I'm closing out with this last piece, but I just want to tease,
because we have questions about people wanting to know: is he the father of the Israelites? Was Moses white? Yeah.
This is one of the literary celebrations of the scientific birth of that first white man, that first white Adam. You see the little child being lifted up. This is a cylinder seal from ancient Mesopotamia, depicting the successful artificial creation of Lulu, the first white man. You see, it's in a laboratory, a scientific laboratory with lab flasks, and the process that produced him, let's call him Adam, was a breeding process that the gods engaged in, and this cylinder seal depiction captures and celebrates the birth of the first Adam, the first one that has the specific, unique genotype, Caucasian package. Now, but this is where I end. This is where I end. Every aspect, we didn't get to every aspect, but we came prepared to every aspect of the history of Yacub and the making of the white man is verifiable. The process, the only way the white man, as he exists, with his peculiar allele constitution, the only way he could have been produced is through a process of liberal selective breeding. We have shown that, in agreement with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, traditions from ancient Egypt, from West Africa, from India, ancient and modern, and so many others attest that the Caucasian is an artificially made man. He's not a natural man on this earth. And we've shown that in ancient Sumeria or ancient Mesopotamia, they actually visually depict his creation in the lab, his birthing through breeding into a special chamber. These selectively bred individuals weren't born at home, according to the ancient Mesopotamians. They were born in special birth chambers. And when that first white Adam was scientifically bred, the ancient Mesopotamians depicted that moment for us. So the process, and we showed that what the agreement that these traditions have with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teaching on the history of Yacub and the making of the white man, the science equally agrees with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the process by which Yacub birthed this white man. Now I close with this. Yacub the man. Yacub, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, is the God of white people. The God of the people that he made. And that is an actual fact. The first whites that we meet in the historical record who burst out of the caves of Europe, a particular group of them in after 2000 BC, they left the Caucasus Mountains and descended upon the Syria Palestine area, the Levant. They settled there for a brief time, but then the next time we see them, they are invading Egypt. They enter Egypt through the north, through the Delta. This group of white Semitic speakers called the Hyskos. When they went into Egypt, according to Manetho, they ravaged the cities. They killed the occupants. They burned the temples. And they did all of this in the name of their God, which on 27 scarabs, they give tribute to Yacub El, God Yacub. This construction, Yacub El, is the name with a theophoric element, which proves that the Yacub that's being evoked here is not a human king, but Yacub El is, the phrase means Yacub is God or God Yacub. These white Semitic speakers who ravaged Egypt, they did it in the name of Yacub El. Yacub is God. But when they were kicked out of Egypt in 1570 BC, they were sent back to the Syria Palestine area. And according to Manetho and according to the first century Jew, Flavius Josephus, these whites who ravaged Egypt in the name of their god, Yacub. They went back to Syria, Palestine area, and they established the city. The city they established was Judea. Or the country they established was Judea, and the city in it, Israel. And Josephus, the first century Jew, admits the truth that these Yacub worshiping whites are the ancestors of the Jews. The Jew and the Israelite is just different. Why are Jews called Jews? Because it goes back to the place of their origin, Judea. Judea was established by these Yacub worshiping white Semitic speakers, known in history as Hyskos. Their god was Yacub. Yacub is God, but more than that, Yacub is the God of white people, but it is specifically the Jews who, with greater knowledge, lives up to the legacy of Yacub. It's the Jews who take Yacub as their personal God and invoke Yacub. It's in the Bible. See, one of the travesties of scriptures, in particular the Bible, being translated by King James and his team of translators, translated the Bible out of its original tongue, diligently compared and revised, is because if we are dependent on the English translation of the book, especially his translation, then we miss so much of what the book actually says. And this is one of the greatest examples of deception and camouflage that has resulted in English translation of the Bible, because in Psalms, some of the Psalms are written by Jews who are literally invoking their God Yacub by name. And so in Psalm 81, sing for joy to God, our strength. Shout aloud to God Yacub. That's the Hebrew. That is not Wesley Muhammad. This is what the psalm actually says. It says, shout aloud to God Yacub in this biblical Hebrew construction. Yacub here is a divine epithet used in the vocative sense. The vocative sense means an invocation to a deity. So the Hebrew construction is very clear. God Yacub is being invoked by the person behind Psalm 81. And look at what he says. He says, shout aloud to God Yacub. Begin the music, strike the tambourine, play the melodious harp and lyre, sound the ram's horn at the new moon, and when the moon is full on the day of our feast. For this is a decree for Israel, an ordinance of God Yacub. This person, this Jew behind Psalms 81, is listing some of the ordinances that they received from their God Yacub. And then in Psalm 24:6. That author says again, such it is with those who seek after him, who seek thy face, O Yacub. And in Psalms 44, you are my king, O God. Command victories, O Yacub. These are literal invocations by Jews to their God, Yacub. Yacub is the God of white people, in particular Jews. And why do Jews invoke him more than Gentiles? One, because Jews have a knowledge that Gentiles don't have, because Gentiles represent the cave people who weren't studious under Moses in the caves. Jews are those cave people who were studious under Moses. So they learned the science that Moses was sent to teach them. And in the Bible, in Genesis, I believe 32, you have the image of Jacob, Yacub, fighting with Elohim, fighting with the angel, and because he best the angel, Yacub's name is changed from Yacub to Israel. And Israel is given to mean he who fights with God, because Yacub's plan was through the people he made fight the black god, his uncle. Yacub's aim was to conquer and supplant his uncle, the other black gods, and the people he made. And most faithfully, most loyal to his determined idea is Israel, is the Jews. And that's why the Jews invoke in history and in scripture today, invoke Yacub as their God. We'll end there. There's so much more.
Wow. Looking at my laptop right now.
So there is more, but I won't give it. I'm going to shut it down. Now I can show you, I plan to show you how the Jews confirm in their Talmudic writings, in the Midrash Rabbah, they confirm that Jacob's work in the Bible of breeding sheep and goats, that's an allusion to black Arabians giving birth to white people. The Jews acknowledged that in their Midrashic writing. We got it here. So the Jews are faithful to Yacub's, their God. They are faithful to their God. Their God is not your and my God. They are very faithful to their God, and they are the chosen of God. Vlad, white people, or the Jews in particular, they are God's chosen people. But which God? They are their God's choice. The Jew, Israel, is the choice of Yacub versus the Gentile. And that's why Gentiles Jews are always able to dominate. Gentiles, they are their God's choice. Just like we, the black man and woman in America, are our God's choice. Our God is Allah, who came in a person. Their God is Yacub. The Jews are very faithful to their God, Yacub, and his mission.
Wow. A lot of people are saying, wow, it makes sense. Moses was the half original man. Black people must cancel Vlad. Well, you know about that. It's really interesting because, you know, Vlad has really just like, black people, we put him on. We should put each other on
We
to
should.
the same extent.
We did and we should. That's right.
So people are saying this was great. Well, are there any specific questions that anyone wants to ask? Did you get clarity? Anything else? Someone said, was Moses Thotmos? Thotmos?
I don't have any. I'm not convinced of that. The Egyptian Moses. No, I'm not convinced of that. I'm aware of the many attempts to identify the historical Moses with any number of figures from ancient Egypt. I'm not terribly convinced of any of the individual identifications that have been made.
J Electronica says, we need a cremator for all these bodies you caught tonight.
See, that's a God that's in his lessons. you gotta be in your lessons to pick up that reference.
Gabriel wants to know when will there be part 2?
Well, we're gonna see. I kept us, my God, 5.5 hours.
Yeah, I still want to know, and I think other people do too. Miss Petrolia was mentioning that too about the Jacob Esau connection. Is there a connection? They were twins.
Yeah, but I mentioned that the Jew and the Gentile. That's the division among white people.
Oh, Jacob Esau.
The Gentile, Jacob personifies the Jew because his name was changed to Israel. Esau personifies, as I understand it, the Gentile white. They are brothers that can't stay out of conflict with each other, like Jacob and Esau. And just as Esau believes Jacob robbed him of his birthright, and the whole alt-right and white supremacists, their beef with Jews is not that because they aren't white, Jews are white, but Jews, white Gentiles believe, like Esau believed that Jacob did, Jews usurped them.
You did mention that.
They believe that Jews usurped them. So remember what the chant was in Charleston, South Carolina. The chant was, Jews will not replace us. See, that's an internal white fight. That's a Jacob Esau fight.
Mm-hmm.
Gentiles feel that Jews have supplanted them, stolen their birthright, because Jews are always in power over them, and they don't like that. So that Jew-Gentile, Jacob Esau beef, that's a white people thing.
That makes sense. Thank you for restating that. Donald says, I did just become a VIP Patreon. Hey, he's a party. Woo! I just don't know how to use all the functions. You may have answered the questions earlier, but I did not hear. But what was the process of creating? Oh, I think that's the entire.
Let me say this. I'm saying, see, this whole Esau thing. You gotta be careful. I'm familiar with the attempts to make Esau black, but did you know Esau was described in the biblical Hebrew as being white complected? So all of these understand Hebrew brothers, and that there's a lot of ideology around Esau and people. There's this big attempt to find black people in every personage of the Bible. But for those who are saying, I was with you, but then you lost me because you got rid of Esau and Esau is black. I don't know where. I hear what you say because I've heard it, but I've come across no empirical indication that Esau represents any black tribe or black phenotype, because his phenotype as given, his appearance as given in the Hebrew says just the opposite. So y'all can have Esau if you want to. You can have him, but I'm good on Esau and Jacob.
Donald's full
white people think.
Donald's full question is up. He says, but what was the purpose of creating the white man, and is it relevant to our coming into oneness with Allah?
It's the only way we can achieve oneness with Allah. The creation of the white man was the absolute necessity for us to become one with Allah. Because I mentioned that before Yacub was born, 15,000 years ago, the gods met and convened and predicted and authorized the birth of Yacub and his making of the white man. Why did they do that? And in the Quran, it's put the whole burden of that is put squarely on Allah. It doesn't say Yacub conversating with his uncle and the gods. It says Allah and the angels. So the birth of this white man, Allah, subhanallah, is taken credit for. Why? Because we suffered the consequences of incomplete dominance for too long. What do I mean by that? I'm not talking about the phenotypical consequences of incomplete dominance. The recessive gene is the biological source of the lower self of the black man. It's the locus of our carnal, our animalistic, our lower self. That's what the recessive gene, the brown germ, is, the biological locus of that spiritual lower self. And when, during the course of our history, while we are righteous people, and most of the time our righteousness prevails because righteous is the dominant allele. Wicked is the recessive allele. And so most of our history, we're righteous people. However, occasionally in the course of our history, we suffer incomplete dominance. We suffer some of the expression of our recessive gene. It's never fully expressed, but when it expresses itself, it shocks us. And so in order for us to be perfected, we had to isolate that recessive self. As long as it was partnered with the dominant allele and masked by the dominant allele, not allowed to have full expression, we never know what we're dealing with self. So in order to perfect ourselves, that recessive self had to be separated from the dominant allele. It had to be freed from the control of the dominant allele. And that's what the white man is. He's the sum total of everything that we're capable of biologically. and spiritually and culturally. He is he's a concentration of our recessive self. And so we see it, we suffered under it, and by suffering under it, we suffered under the worst part of ourselves. Allah said, be. And it is. He permitted it. He authorized it because it's necessary. Only now do we have a full knowledge of self. We can't know self fully without knowing the white man, because he is concentration of the lowest aspects of ourself. Homozygous recessive. That's what that means.
Chantel wants to know, are there any footnotes you want to reinforce we should get?
Say that again? Because that's a difference. I'm not just reading what's up there. That's.
Oh, yeah, I saw that right after I read that one. But she wants to know, any footnotes you want to reinforce we should get?
Oh, shoot. Yeah. What? All of these. They're going to be in my book. What I would advise is you review my slides here, because I have the documents up there. And those that I highlighted, you should write them down and follow the footprints. But these are the footnotes. And I see I have them segmentized. So this folder is all the scientific reports that say 6,000 genetics. These are the reports that bear witness that genetically the Caucasian white man is only 6,000 years old. That's a fact. That ain't dogma. That's a fact. And all of these documents in this folder proves that the white man is 6,000 years old, no older. This has select documents on Yacub, the man, the God, and the apes, the white man's nephew. So, and then there's others. So yes, there's a whole bunch of footnotes, which is why I'm going to publish that book. But in the meantime, I would review this and go to the slides and take the cited documents that I highlight.
AR says, Dr. Wesley, I'm printing out my certificate for this course. I'm ready for these devils.
You are a praise belongs to Allah. Praise belongs to Allah. Well, I hope this was helpful. Brother Warren, if you're on there, I just want to know how many took this whole, text me, well, how many took this whole long journey with us. There's still
let us know.
Way more. And I'm just looking at one of the platforms, way more than I would have expected.
There's still 1,072 on right this minute. And I think we peaked at a little more than 1,500. There's still 1,000 on right now.
1,000 people.
Right
for 5 hours, 6
hours. Say it's 5:54. The law of rounding up says this is 6 hours. 1,000 people took this 6 hour long journey with us.
Very appreciative.
Journey? Wow. Praise belongs to Allah. Well, thank you.
Dr. Wesley, the footnote God.
Praise belongs to Allah. I like that. I'll accept that.
Well, we had already answered, I believe, this question. I just want to thank everybody for tuning in. It's amazing and humbling to have so many individuals stay with us for almost 6 hours. And thank you for your patience, because I know it can be a little hard sometimes having to also listen and take your questions and miss some of your questions and try to go back. And so really appreciate you all just resubmitting your questions. And if they were missed, it was not intentional. There literally is multiple platforms and a flood of messages with questions. But if many of you want a part 2, I'm sure Dr. Wesley would be open to a part 2 if people wanted that. So we could always take up those other questions that may have been accidentally missed. I, for one, learned a lot, but I'm definitely going to have to catch this replay.
This was top heavy, I have to say. Thank you, family. I wanted to get this on the record. When I said this was 30 years in the making for me, I'm being serious. I wanted to get certain things on the record, certain things I didn't. I didn't get. So I would say I shared 75% of what I had prepared to share with us. But I'm deeply humbled that anytime that anyone gave us, and those 1,000 who stayed the course, and this was top heavy, peace God, Amir Rashid, that's my man. I'm deeply humbled by you. I pray that I did not at any moment abuse a minute of your time with vanity or anything of the like. I'm going to go through.
Oh, thank you.
Questions and see if I can do something with them after we get off, or maybe on the next show. I don't want you to think they are ignored. But thank you, dear family, for staying with us. I would love your feedback. So go on my page. There's 2 things I'm going to ask of you right now. As if the nerve of me, after you have given us 6 hours, it may seem greedy that I would ask for 2 other things, but I would only ask that you subscribe to my page, Dr. Wesley .online. Be a subscriber to our page. Order our material. Get our books. Get our publications and our apparel. We're dropping Black Guy Protocol 2020. That's the new line. That's the Black Guy Protocol logo and insignia. We are dropping Black Guy Protocol 2020. Shout out to Raphael X. Brother Raphael X. He hooked us up. He stitched Black Guy Protocol 2020 together. Much love, Brother Raphael X. Check him out on Instagram, on Facebook. Support, brother. The only other thing I would ask of you, family, is I would really love your feedback. So go on. I don't know how much access I'm gonna have to the chat, but go on my Instagram page and my Facebook page, and under the flyer for this show, post your comments. You might even post your questions that I didn't get to today, but I would really love your feedback on this show tonight. So on Instagram and on Facebook, under the flyer. And I would say, to keep it concentrated, under the most recent flyer. I guess I will archive the others so there's no confusion, but under the most recent flyer, post your comments. I would greatly appreciate hearing.
Oh, thank you, Pamela, as well as Kathy. You know, I saw earlier someone called me an agent, and sometimes I get tagged from people calling me an agent. I am not an agent. It takes too much work to pretend that you don't know and then have to prepare for the show. Like, who am I working for? So I just really appreciate all the people who see that, like, I'm sincerely asking questions. I don't have an agenda. I try to come in with a blank slate of not being for or against anything, but genuinely just trying to know. But I'm definitely not an agent.
Man,
I should be make some money, a whole bunch of it.
That's ridiculous. Somebody.
I had to block people on my Instagram talking about she's an agent. Like, okay.
You do. Great. We're proud of you, Sister Danita. Brother, who is it? Pure Milk Farms. Appreciate your donation. It just came through. I can't not acknowledge it. We appreciate the donation, family. So, praise belongs to Allah. I got no more.
All right. Well, powerful creators.
I got no more than me. Praise belongs to Allah. Thank you, Sister Janita, for this great
Thank
show.
you for letting me be a part of this. This was amazing. Thank you all to all of our viewers who tuned in for the last 6 hours. It is very appreciative. I'm very grateful just to be a part of raising all of our consciousness. And I'm in this process of my own consciousness raising as well. And it's just a beautiful thing. I want to remind you all to please subscribe to NFAstudios.com. And if you haven't already and you want to help support us, you can also go to patreon.com/dothematthtv. You can also like us on Facebook and Instagram and on our YouTube channel. We really do rely on a lot of y'all's support. Considering that we are not a mainstream media platform, we have a lot of challenges sometimes with our media and our work getting taken down or getting banned or anything like that. So without you all, we'd be non-existent. So we do appreciate you all supporting us, because obviously if you're staying on for 6 hours, you found that there was value in these conversations.
Praise belongs to Allah.
All right.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
See you all another time.